right, hello everybody. Cool, wait for everyone to join. I'm not quite, let's see here. All right, hold on.
Hello.
Hey, nice.
Morning.
Cool. Nice. What's up, everybody?
I'm so sorry for taking up space on your panel and falling asleep.
Oh, come on now, you're fine. I gotta make sure I'm still running up here.
Felt so bad. Like I got up. It was like I was in and out. Like I was listening to Dan's podcast, and it ended at 3. But I think I fell asleep at like 2:45 or 2:40, and like then I woke up, and I was like, okay, I'm still live, and I'm still. I was still in your panel. And I was like, huh?
Never mind.
Shit. Is this thing even? Make sure what's going on here.
I'm looking for it.
Can't find it, right?
What's the title?
It's Cooperative Federalism Part 2, or Cooperative Federalism Flat Earth Part 2. But
I got the notification for it.
I see it on your page. I don't see it if I type flat earth and click live.
Oh shit, huh? I'm wondering what's up.
I got it open on mine.
Yeah, you got it on the YouTube?
Yeah.
Do you want me to send you the link?
No, I mean I'll find it, but I just I'm curious that it's not doesn't have the flat. Oh, Spurs, check the I put it in the chat, but I put it into the green thing on the chat. Or did I put it in your? I didn't put it in your Hangout, did I, Candy?
No, you put it in the right one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think my Hangout is still going. Like, I don't think there's anybody in there, but it still says ongoing call on my phone.
Yeah,
I'm wondering how I could. I know you could do. Oh wait, let me see. Hold on. I'm like so new to free chanting, it's crazy. All right, I gotta figure this out. Yeah, do.
Oh man, this coffee's so good, y'all. I bought some new coffee yesterday, and it's like brown sugar something flavor. Oh my god, it's so good.
Why am I not having that? Okay, Spurs, you got it. Good. Cool. Yeah, we're on. Niceness.
So I heard some stuff happen last night. Like right after I left.
Hey, you were saying there was a little bit of drama or something going on.
Spurs, are you a flat earther?
I hope everyone got the link from before. I hope too.
Yeah, I posted it in the other chat.
Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Anthony? How you doing, brother?
Hola.
Nice.
Will that Jeremy be coming back in?
I hope so. I'd asked him to.
Yeah, he was just waffling on in the other room. Yeah.
Well, whilst he's not here, I'll ask the question anyway. I may not get the answer, but I'll ask anyway. I've never met anybody in this room before, but I got the invite. I got the link to come in, and the conversation was already midway through.
Right.
If we do live on a spinning ball, the way we're told, why is there not kind of 2, maybe 3 that everybody instantly recites on demand of facts?
There's not one.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be like if you said like what color does Birmingham City play in, and everybody knows they play in blue, So if anybody said yellow, they'd go, no, there's the kit. There you go. There's the proof. They're playing blue. Why is there not 2 or 3 key pieces of evidence that everybody cites every single time when this question's asked, and it's
That's
beyond
why we're all
debate?
here.
Yeah. Why isn't that the case?
Jeremy's here now. I'm sure.
There is. You
Yeah,
just
yeah.
find ways to reject it. Well, there is, isn't there? I mean, there's thousands of images from space, video from space. You just find a reason to reject it.
Oh,
And
no.
usually, in
They're
fact,
not-
usually,
Wait a minute, they're not pictures. They are composites.
right? You see, that's not true. But
Yes,
It is
you
true.
wanna
NASA
believe that.
Please,
NASA admits it.
Issa,
That's fine,
Yeah,
but it's not true.
Issa,
You keep
What's
telling
that?
yourself that's
Go ahead.
cognitive dissonance.
go ahead and pull that video up with NASA themselves saying that everything they've ever showed us is Photoshop from space. Go ahead and
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
up
of course
that
that
video.
is.
well, no,
It has to be. That's what he says.
Well, no, look, that's
Yep, let's see that. No,
Hold
let's
on,
see
hold
that
on,
video.
let's-
if Andy's claim is true.
let's dissect this, and let me put Candy into the realm of this debate world of the idea that it's like we don't, that guy doesn't say every photo. What he does say is the picture that that he was working on, that he released, and it makes it relatively fucking apparent that everything that they're giving us is CGI. However, there is no video where they will say that. But and this is where Jem will.
Well, that's an illogical deduction that you're making.
Well, no. But I'm saying in Candy's defense that, well, again, remember this though, Jem. To clarify and begin the argument, we have to know that we are only here to put kinks in NASA. We're not saying we got any answers, but the point is that it's a little fishy when the pictures are CGI. We can't find the curve, and there's like 10 million other things we could bring up. But that's why.
That's a good point, is that we don't have all the answers. We don't know everything, and we're not going to pretend like we do, but we will,
It's when we do, we fuck up.
Right, exactly.
Let
And,
me-
you know,
let me give
again, it's just
y'all a-
identifying the lie. Go
Candy,
ahead.
you're right.
Let me give you some perspective though, okay? If you think about my phone in my hand can take a panoramic view of my entire surrounding. I can do a 360 view of my whole surrounding.
Right, but NASA
You
can't.
mean to tell me that these motherfuckers up here in the sky can't tell us what we look like down here? No.
They
have
can't
to
do a
make a
360 in the
composite.
inside the
nobody's telling
ISS.
you that, Andy, though, are they?
I'm saying they can't do a
They
panoramic
tell you
view.
that. They tell you that every day, and you reject it as fake.
They have the technology to go into outer space, go to the moon, and chime in all of our conversations, but they can't take a picture from outer space of the Earth in full.
Well, they do. They do
Without it being CGI.
that guy-
without it being
they do it.
CGI.
They do it every few minutes. I mean,
That guy Chris Hadfield
happening
needs to
now.
do
That's
that.
The
Chris Hadfield-
entire Earth, not just
yes,
a
yes,
section
the
of it.
entire Earth. The
No,
entire
it is not. You see
Yes, it
about
is.
a
You're
quarter at the top of the Earth with
Okay,
the fisheye
go,
lens.
go to Himawari 8. Go to the Himawari 8 website. Go to the Epic website. Go to the Go 16 website. Go to the Electra L website. 4 satellites taking pictures of the entire Earth. Some are doing it every 15 minutes, every 10 minutes, every 2 hours.
How about you link? How about you link us those sites right here in the chat?
I can do. I can do that. No
Please,
problem.
thank you.
They all exist, and they're all there.
You've seen the Russian.
And Candy's claim about everything being composite is incorrect.
I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that the imagery is there from these quote unquote satellites. I'm just
Right, but
doubting
you'll
that they
claim
are
it's-
satellites, and I'm also doubting that they're real images. I mean,
Right, of course you
No,
will.
we doubt
that's
it's
fine.
photos because
You
they're
can't say,
supposed to write.
because what you guys, you want it both ways. You say there's no, there should, as
Pooh Bear had something to say.
Anthony was
We
saying,
gotta take turns
that
here.
you say there's no evidence at all and there should be, and then when you presented the evidence, you say, oh well, that's fake. But you can't have it both ways. You can't say there's
What do
no
you
evidence.
mean? Yeah, we're not saying there's. I mean, all the
Yeah,
evidence
that's what-
seems to be
That's
fake.
what Anthony was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
no,
fact
we're
that there
we're
is no
asking for
evidence
pictures,
instead
not
of a digital
composites.
piece of evidence. When there is evidence, nobody's saying, "Well, we've got no pictures." There's loads of pictures.
You
just-
have
So
images.
can
You
you-
have images,
Can
and
you-
they've been
Can you
debunked.
take those into a court of law and prove your case with those? Hell no.
No, that's right.
Well, you don't. Well, what case would be proven on a single photo?
You just said they have
that
tons
ever
of
be a
photos.
case in a court
You
of
just said
law?
they have tons of photos.
Well, all right. What case would ever be decided solely on photographs? That wouldn't.
Let me
that
tell you
wouldn't be
something.
a case
If
in a
somebody
court
has
of
a
law.
picture, if somebody has a picture of me killing somebody or running somebody over or doing something totally wrong that I need to be in prison for, you bet your ass that picture will hold up in court. But a photo of a composite will not.
Okay, so, well, in that case, you would have to produce reasons to say why that photo was fake. So away
at
you
it.
go.
All right, Share Bear had something to say for a little bit now.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Share Bear.
No, it's fine. I was just going off of what you were saying about they're not allowed to legally call them photos. They're supposed to call them images. If you go and see the, the little white writing under all of those pictures, they all say image. They don't say photo anymore.
Right, that's because
Jeremy, but
for
I think
it
the
to be
problem-
a photograph in that sense.
The
it would have
problem
to
that
be-
you have is that you think that
don't shoot
we
people.
have a problem not accepting
Nope.
composites. You're saying, well, why don't you accept these composites? And Candy's just explained, not even just a court of law, anywhere, anybody would
No,
not accept.
I'm sorry, Candy didn't explain. If we were in a court of law, you would have to produce reasons to reject these as fake. And you,
Right, so
you
it's
don't
not
have any.
just images. There's footage of them faking spacewalks, of them faking the moon missions. There's more evidence than just the photos. We're just
Right.
taking that one step.
Well,
at a
again,
time.
that would have to be established, and I would dispute all of those things.
I'd just like
Jeremy, the other
But
point.
so you're coming from the same point that we're coming from. Like, you're doing the same thing you say we're doing.
Imagine
Jeremy,
going on a date with Gem Panda. What are we gonna have?
Hey, no, this is my first time meeting Jeremy, and honestly, you're very intelligent and you're classy, and I appreciate that. Yeah, dude.
Jeremy, the other thing is with courts, if you go to court as a claimant or a defendant, both sides have to prove their case. So you can't say that the flat Earth couldn't prove the authenticity if you can't prove the authenticity of your own evidence in the first place.
Well, I think I could prove that in a court. I think I could. I don't think that's.
With regard to the 40,000 mile altitude thing at Google Earth, that shows clear curvature. Yeah, all the evidence that's obtained throughout multiple other sources does not show that same information. So the only conclusion you can come to.
What is Google Earth? That's
Well,
just
it's
them
the-
taking the imagery that has been presented to them by the same people presenting us with fake imagery.
Well, respectfully, Google Earth is the go-to model that they all claim works. But I know from my own experience that Google Earth is not accurate at all. I mean, there are things that may be accurate in it, but there are also things that are not accurate in it. So, and the curvature is one example. I can give other ones.
I can't see how you're able to make a clear comparison.
Well, here, think about that. I'm sorry, real quick, just to interject. Now, they're talking a lot about in the science community, the mainstream science community, that is essentially labeling folks that are going to question the general model of the Earth, among other things, and they're making it sound like they're putting labels on us that claim that we are like radical or extreme or terrorism, like type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like they are so on their heels right now about this type of information getting out that they are presenting to the mainstream, into the public, that don't pay attention to them. They're all nutcases. They don't know how to think. They don't have degrees. They're
dangerous.
They're dangerous to you and our establishment and our established order. And we know they've been driving us into this quote unquote new world order for a long time now. Now, whether or not this flat earth concept plays into effect of that, because that would turn us upside down in our understanding of reality and may present to them an opportunity to take advantage of that we're just like, where are we? What the hell is going on? Type of thing.
Well, I mean, I think some of the ideas that are presented are dangerous. I really do. I think constantly characterizing education as the phrase I hear all the time is indoctrination and brainwashing.
When I talk about education,
that's a bad idea to be.
When I talk about education, I'm not necessarily stating that all things in education are fake. I'm talking about history, the historical facts that are presented to us at a young age that are not facts.
Brother, one second. You know who Catherine Iserbite is, Jim?
Who? Sorry?
Catherine Iserbite. You ever heard of her?
No.
Okay, there's so back in the 80s, there was a leak coming out of the Department of Education that there was an agenda being played onto the general public, and these emails were being sent out from an anonymous source. Long story short, at the end of her tenure, it came out that it was the head of the federal educational department, Catherine Iserbite, who was the mole. And she was trying to wake up local communities to the idea that there was this. I mean, that's just one case in particular where there's evidence that would lead one to believe that there is foul play afoot.
Yeah, no, but I think that's really a product of your education system.
No, it's an example.
Because you've got it. Oh, no,
What's the product of your education then?
Let me explain why. Because you always have these problems in your education.
Hey, Jim.
Because you have it politicized.
Hold on, Candy, 1 sec.
You have these local elected school boards who are making decisions on what goes in textbooks, and that's a problem that's really unique, I think, to America. We certainly don't have that here, because it's, you've always got this political slant on what's in a textbook, and that's something that but
they don't accept it like
the British of your system.
No, I'm really glad
American.
you brought that up, because everything that is dictated about what can go in textbooks of the whole world comes from the Tavistock Institute, which is located in the UK. They dictate what goes in our textbook, what's accepted, and what to teach. Like what about history and science.
I find it more dangerous that we don't know who our teachers are. It used to be that information was passed down through the family system, through the tribe, through the village, that if the history was passed down through generation, and not from somebody you don't know who they are, where they come from, who they learned from, what textbook they were reading out of, and who wrote that textbook and how they learned. You have to think back to how things have come to pass now in our present time, and how history has been written by the conquerors, those that have taking over civilizations and re-educated them. They broke, like the Marines do, they break down the individual and they build them back up the way they want them to be. And that goes physically and mentally, everything, breaking them down and building them back up. And that's why the target is the youth, because being able to write history only has to be put into the minds of each generation, and that's a form. I don't want to go there, but it is a form of brainwashing. When you do not know who you are, that creates chaos within yourself, and that's why we see where we are right now in the world as a whole. No matter where you are from on Earth, we are continuously at war without being, having war being passed through Congress here in the United States. We are continuously bombing other people, spending our tax dollars, promoting the growth of Israel. That's a totally different subject, but the point is that we are in chaos right now on Earth, and a part of that has to do with not knowing what we need to know, and that's basically who we are, where we come from, and what we're doing here.
I don't know whether there's been, obviously there has been change in the way that information is moved around, but I think, when you're talking about having information passed through the sort of tribal elders and that sort of thing, I think you've got to be looking back, I don't know, maybe a couple of 100 years really before that's the only way that people are getting information. But I think, sorry, my phone just distracted me. But I think we still do that. Obviously, I guess it depends on your upbringing. But a lot of us, we get information from our, a lot of learning comes from our parents.
Right, but our parents
at school, even when we go to school, usually the teachers are from the local community, are from close by,
right, but you're not putting in a perspective though that our parents have learned the same concepts that we've already learned in education as well, and they're so like this goes back further than just our parents, our grandparents. It goes back farther than that, because we've only first started talking about a globe Earth about 500, 600 years ago. Before that, it was always flat.
Well, how do you know that?
Rio. Because people used their own perspective, and science back then was not dictated by photo imagery, by composites, by going into outer space. It was always about experimenting.
They had a limited view of the world, and you think we should return to that?
No, that's not the point. The point, we have a limited view of the world now today, and that is why we are in the position we are, where we do not know as much as we should, and they keep knowledge from us.
Jeremy, you got to remember though that these ancient civilizations built structures according to the sun. You know, so they had a general idea of whether we were moving or the sun was moving or the position of sun. You know, so they
didn't spend time on the TV or, you know, listening to music or going out shopping. They were spending their time trying to establish and learn about the place they lived in, and you know, in wonderment of how this came to be, you know, and that's what their science led them to, the you know, the looking at the stars and using that as their map and understanding of what's going on. I'm not going to go into much detail because I don't know, but I do know that we've been lied to, and that's quite apparent after 10 years of researching this.
Rio?
Hey, Jim.
Rio, you mentioned that the parents, all the parents were taught similar kind of stuff and that the knowledge was passed down. I'm 37. My parents are in their late 50s, early 60s. And they weren't taught about heliocentricity in school. They didn't know the model that we're currently being taught. And when you ask them, and you can check it with your own parents and anybody's considered range where they would be considered parents, what were they taught in school about the earth that we live on? And then ask them, does the sun move around us or do we move around the sun? And they don't know. They don't seem to know. And if they did know, they've forgotten it. So it's a good check with the parents to see what level of knowledge they know or what they think they know, because they don't all know what. I don't think that most parents know the same stuff. I think most parents are taught.
So you say,
I don't know. I'm 36, and my parents won't have anything to do with it. So they.
Yeah, I'm 34. Same thing. I told my daughter that the Earth's flat when she was in the car with my grandma before they left, and my mom laughed like, "It's not flat." Yeah, that's a general thing, but you know, I'm 34, so I know what you're saying there, Anthony. That, you know, our parents weren't taught the exact same thing. I'm not sure if they were taught the heliocentric model but that does fall under the time period of post-global thoughts, you know, instead of the.
Yeah, my parents won't accept that the Apollo moon landings were not fake. They believe it because they saw it on TV. Yeah,
or they heard it on the radio. Really, yeah. I mean,
but they can't tell me which goes around the which. Is it the Earth around the sun or the sun around the Earth? They don't know. But they know that we went to the moon.
Right, but that was the accepted theorized model that, you know, it was heliocentric until this past century when we could actually get out of space to prove it. So let's say they went to figure it out to actually get a big picture of where we actually live, and it wasn't as they theorized or propagated to us. Would they tell us?
Right, or they just couldn't get past the atmosphere.
Brainwashing wasn't very effective because they don't really know what.
Oh, it's very effective. I think pretty much everyone's on board.
Well, how? If they don't,
it's totally
why aren't they saying it's heliocentric?
Well, the brainwashing goes beyond flat Earth.
So
Earth.
Universal Pictures started putting out the image of the globe in the 1920s. They were brainwashing them since the 1920s to accept that the Earth is a globe. Like, this is where you live.
Well, it's also quite a nice image. You know, it's quite a nice.
It's crazy how accurate it is too.
That's real.
It implies
like the size of the land masses are almost exactly like how it is on the NASA.
You know what?
The communications company implies that you have a big reach. You know, it's a thing you might choose for a logo.
And you know what assisted in the brainwashing plan is, you know, Monsanto started out as a chemical company in 1903, all right? And, you know, fluoridation of the water has been implemented since like the 50s and 60s as a safe and effective way to battle tooth decay, you know, if you consume it, which, you know, most of us believe that to be absolute horse. Okay, so we live in a toxic environment now as science has driven us into this chemical age of using all types of pesticides, herbicides. They're releasing stuff above us in the atmosphere out of these planes, starting with aluminum. I mean, once your body's toxic and you haven't been able to clear out a lot of these things that are carcinogens, you know, your mind will take a different effect, and you will fall under a complacency and acceptance of what's going on. You know, like, oh, I won't even question stuff anymore. I will not use reasonable, intellectual, intuitive thought. I'm not going to delve into this anymore. Whatever they're telling me is absolute truth. Why should I question them? Why do I have any reason to distrust them? They're there for me, right? They're benefiting me. They're trying to help me and, you know, my family. No, they're fucking not. They're not there to help us. They're there to restrict us. They restrict our movements. Go ahead.
Hold on, no, brother. This is the thing I've been discussing for a little while, and this is why I discussed law, and I read earlier in the first broadcast that from cooperative federalism, and this idea that I mean, and I would love to delve into this with you. Maybe like this idea that there may be like once we figure out what they're doing, and we have to recognize that there's a stage show going on, and when we understand that the government operates with a democracy and a republic, a public and a private, and like the public side of it is you have what is called the general public, and they do not consider them very well informed, and they have to, it's like the masses, and there's like does anyone want to control and have to herd 350 million people? Nobody does. So we have this system laid out before us.
Yeah,
I think
do, though.
Well, what's that, brother?
Narcissists do want to control populations of that size. That's exactly their agenda.
Of course. Well, that's the conversation that's having with the federal powers trying to seek more than their value, more than their worth, and that's why I've read earlier about from cooperative federalism. I hope everyone might go check it out in the last broadcast at some point. Is that or to check the document out? Is that we're under this preconceived notion that the narcissist has this right over us, and what flat Earth is it's a collective pushback to the collective narcissism. Yeah. And essentially what it is what we're dealing with is an adolescent group of narcissists who have turned around and said, oh yeah, I killed Bigfoot and I fucking landed on the moon on top of it. It's like, you know, there's just and will show us Bigfoot. Well, my grandma has it. It's like the guy that kissed a girl or had a girlfriend that lived in Hawaii, but he was visiting him one day. You know, like it's just fucking bullshit, man. And like and we're faced with this
I know that girl.
Psychological dilemma. You were with that girl.
Yeah.
yeah.
She's my girlfriend. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, exactly. It's
that's why you never see me with a girl.
Right. Well, that's why you don't go on cam because she's jealous. She's jealous. That's what it is. It's your wit. But this is what we're up against. Like speaking to flat Earth, because I know I have points of contention all over that statement with ballers, but really, like, you know, for those of us who see it that way, we're really looking at we have a very mature system at play that is being abused by the adolescent narcissist. Until we understand how to take away this notion that, like, you know, you have the right to tell me what I can think. Am I not a son of man? Am I not a priority security interest holder in, you know, having an interest in this whole fucking shebang? Are you trying to tell me that I don't have the authority to talk about this amongst my fellow because we're dealing with not only a pushback, like you mentioned earlier, and I think it's interesting to note the term terraism, one who studies the earth, terra. So it's terra, you know what I mean? So it's like we are in the conversation of the earth.
I love it when you guys do entomology.
Hell yeah, I know you do, bro.
That's good. The language is part of it. Language is part of it, though. That's perfect. That's a great concept right there, because that's how they get us is through the language, through the grammar.
Right, but I don't want to give that too much credibility amongst.
Yeah, we're not going to get too deep.
Yeah. Because Panda, you have the right, because some people abuse that element of this discussion. Because they'll be like, well, before you know it, you're talking about numbers and adding numbers and dividing by 33 and then fucking God knows what. But like, and I don't.
The one I hear a lot these days is television. I hear that all.
Oh God, dude, I know, bro. It's like I can't. Well, look, even if those are subtlety and things, and you can't give it. I mean, if you know who Edward Bernays is, you have to give those things somewhat credibility, because
I think it's tell lies.
I don't go for all that. I don't. It's like I've said. I don't want to bring up Sandy Hook. I don't want to bring up these contentious subjects that ruin the discussion. Not that they're not involved, but they're more involved in a private discussion amongst flat earthers, if you will, versus the face of this discussion. The face of this discussion needs an update, because right now it looks like it's a bunch of drunks down at the park that are like flat earth, and they're like, oi. It's like, no, like, you know, it can't be that. It's got to be this intellectual discussion of academia in a diplomatic fashion. And if it's taken away from that, then we'll never be heard. We'll never have the respect of gentlemen like Jim Panda.
Amen.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta, have yourself in a good mental state, and be able to address this situation
Yeah, that's
calmly
why
and
that's why I think it's so important
civilly.
we raise the concern. We're not here to prove it or anything. We're here to just question what is, and what they've given us doesn't work. And we can concede. We have to learn to be able to concede if we're going to ask for concession. Because I know it's like, I know Jem, and I love you for it. Like I said, you're like the wall of stone up there. But I know, and I can feel it in your voice when we make breakthroughs, despite your wit. You know what I mean? Because exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Like that's what I want to give you a hug and a kiss. Fucking, it's like, because I know what you mean. Where some people will go off the chains because they don't understand the subtleties of the joke that was just played. And that disturbs me, that I'm like, wait a minute, are you the head of the fucking discussion and you don't understand these semantics?
I'll be back, yeah.
See you, Candy. Forgive me for interrupting you earlier either, too.
Oh, yes. Good.
But yeah, as we get to this.
I know, I was just going to say goodbye to Candy.
I hope she'll be back. But yeah, Rio, I like where you're going with it. And the new brother, Anthony, man. Nice to meet you guys, man. And and I am real cool to meet y'all, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We haven't met before, or not in a hang.
Yeah.
The guy that was talking about terrorism before. If you look at the definition of terrorism, it can apply equally against any of our governments as it does against any of the people that they tell us is terrorism.
Oh, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
That's almost passé at this point. It's like, right. I'm like
everyone's guilty of it.
Yeah, it's like, and that's where also we need to know that for me, something I've espoused is that we have to learn to be able to forgive the unforgivable if we're going to have a diplomatic solution to this. Otherwise, people will be ripping their fucking heads apart. Like, we have to be able to, we've got to be able to forgive. Proper pay, what is it? Project Paperclip, the whole shit. It's like, how can you forgive those guys? Well, if we all want to fucking live, because we're dealing with a sociopath that's got his finger on the button, we've got to give him a diplomatic out. And I'm proposing Flat Earth has to have some kind of economic thing, which I propose discharging all the liability, but that's a 10-hour conversation, because they want to monetize space. Flat Earth destroys them being able to monetize space. This is huge. This is way bigger than we think it is, guys.
Oh, I know it's huge.
But if we can't collectively deal with the conversation, then I think the solution I see available is to discharge the liability that the United States owes its people. But we're operating in the wrong capacity. Now, that's a complicated subject matter, but if we can't get beyond the semantics of Gem Panda, I doubt we're going to get to that fucking level yet. It terrifies me, to be honest, and that's why I like when Gem Panda tests people, because I want to see if people catch his wit. Because if you don't, then you're going to get fucked in the diplomatic end of this game.
Yeah, I'm an easy touch.
I like it. I like your sensitive style.
Anyway, I suppose I better go and do something. I'm absolutely monged now.
Oh, we'll stick around a little longer then. I'm monged. I always have to look up your words, man. What the fuck?
I'm very stoned.
Yeah. Well,
I'm trying to get monged.
I've got this really, really strong weed. Just really strong weed.
Might bring you over to
go get munged.
Yeah, I like that.
And I've sat here smoking far more than I should. And I'm at work.
amazing.
So let's hope nobody orders food, because I'll have to go out and deliver it. In fact, I'm going to deploy a driver, I think, in the interest of the safety of the inhabitants of my city. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
In 1 sec, guys.
Hey, Jeremy, you think all those people from the Challenger those are all just lookalikes?
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, when I see that, I think, well, I mean...
Come on. Be honest now.
Come on, they've got the same hairstyles. I mean, change their hair,
You seen that one guy? The guy.
People who look the same, and I think one of them is actually one of them have a twin brother. 2
of them claim they're twin brothers. So 2 out of 6 people. That's amazing. 2 out of 6 astronauts.
Well, not really, because they were doing some tests where you use twins.
What?
Yeah, in a lot, you know, sometimes in scientific tests, they can do tests on twins to see how, you know, they give one thing and one another and see.
It's
I
improbable.
think they were looking at genetic changes.
It's improbable. We have to give it to you. It's improbable, but indeed, we have to consent on that, gentlemen.
Yeah, okay, fine. And it's just two guys changed. What about the other people that didn't change their name, though? Like, those two guys, fine. Let them be their brothers. But what about the rest? Like, I thought you guys died. You're all professors in universities now and teaching law.
You know, I think, yeah, and using the same names. And I think they've just found people who looked similar. And
with the same name, too? Like,
well,
the
do we
chances
know they've got the same names? Or are we just going on what people have said?
No. You could find their LinkedIn pages.
I mean, I could never be bothered to look all these people up, but
it's only 6 of them.
Anyone can make a LinkedIn page, you know.
That's
well,
a
I
bit
just
more
don't give it any credibility.
No, but it has them like current day, what they're doing and where they work and stuff. It's not like
I don't give it any credibility at all. I think
it's a bit of a. It is. I don't deny. Again, I don't deny it's wrong, but it's a reach for for our argument's sake. You know, it's like if someone were to be like, well,
let me another
debate.
horrible.
It's like here's the problem. Yeah, it's like if someone was like, let me at him. And they were like, all right, kid, you go get those ballers. And he's like, what about the Challenger? The fake that? And it's like, oh, God, no.
Yeah, I saw that on TV as a kid, and I thought it was a horrific thing.
I mean, you guys would say you should believe what you see with your own eyes. And I mean, millions, probably tens of thousands of people.
Jeremy, have you ever seen the footage that they aired for that?
Tens of thousands of people saw it explode. So, you know, if you were to
on
ask...
TV.
Yeah, but
tens of thousands people. Hang on.
Hundreds of thousands people saw the buildings drop too, and they thought they were hit by planes, and that's how they were demolished. Like that's the trickery.
Let me get the sentence out. Come on, tens of thousands of people will have been at that launch and watched that thing explode, and and I would expect that if you asked, you know, the vast majority of them, do you think humans survived this? They would say no.
Okay,
and if you were to accept their testimonies, then you've got to start coming up with some other sort of
10,000 people were there live.
It wasn't 10,000 people there.
Yeah. It was a handful of people.
I'd think there'd be far more than 10,000 watching a shuttle launch.
What? There's like 10 people. It's their families.
You know how?
Yeah. It's closer to 10 than closer to 10 than 10,000.
So. America
you can go watch that
shuttle, and 10 people turn up to watch it.
You can go. You
know how the magic of TV.
Not 10,000, maybe 100. Maybe 100.
Yeah, which is closer to 10 than it is to 10,000. That's what I'm talking
about. 100 people.
200.
Yeah, you can go look at that.
Let's talk about the trickery of television.
Jeremy,
hold on, let me get you some.
Forget how many people were at the launch. Let's talk about the trickery of television.
Well, I think that's important because this goes with your philosophy as pointing out. You believe in going with what people see with their own eyes. And people with their own eyes saw a space vehicle being blown to bits.
So did you see with your own eyes their reaction to watching that thing supposedly blowing to bits?
It's very reasonable
to people get on that rocket ship.
It's very reasonable. Right. Well, if you want to start proposing that, you can, but you're into the ad hocs now. Where's your evidence that nobody got on it?
Okay, that's the point. We don't have any evidence that anyone got on it. We don't have any evidence that nobody got on it.
Right,
we have evidence.
It's
like null. Film getting on it, so there is evidence that people got on it. Other people will have seen them. We could collect their testimonies. So there is evidence that people
1980.
Where's your evidence that no one got on it?
Right, it's a moot point, guys. It's a moot point.
Exactly. That's not why I said it.
That's why we got to. That's why we got to get away from it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's difficult to prove either way.
Yeah.
The whole thing I was asking was just.
I have plenty of evidence that supports my case, and you
link it up. Link it up. Let's see.
Hey, yo,
apart from a few
snappy
photos that look a bit like some people.
But guys.
Okay, no, I was talking about the footage of that was on TV of the families reacting to the thing live. Like we're watching this. Yeah, we're watching the thing.
Okay, that's like a Sandy Hook thing. That's like a Sandy Hook thing now, because we're talking about the testimony of these actors or actresses or potential family members that don't look like they're upset.
Area.
No, they're not even. It's not even upset. It's not even a reaction. Like I don't know how to. I mean, I don't know how anyone watches that thing.
No, but you see, but Jem will turn around and say, and I don't know how anyone believes a conspiratard like you. And that's the problem, is that flat Earth is getting lumped into that category. And this is
Right,
where
so
it's I agree. It's not, I don't disagree that they're doing that. But my point is it's not it's about our recognition of the what is it? So social acuity of our arguments.
Don't you think that flat Earth is sort of the all-encompassing? It's the sort of
I agree, but I
it's like the end of the line in conspiracy.
Fuck yeah, no. You better be well versed in all of these subjects we've brought up tonight if you're gonna make it clear. And that's why I respect anyone that does, because I'm not dissing the subject or your disdain for people that can't see it. I've often used the description or likened it. I've got a lot of fucking likenings. I'll just say like, look, I dig it, but I don't want that to be the discussion that like a flat earther would because it's fodder. It's too easy for a baller to find a very funny joke regarding someone that would say such a thing. And it's like, we've got to learn to make this argument. And like, again, I'll give you everything just as long as you'll admit that the boats ain't going over no horizon. That's all I want. I just want one.
Hold on a minute. You give me the moon landings for the horizon.
I'll give you all of it. I just want one chink in your armor. I need my foot in the door.
I'm going to have to think about this.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. I'll give you all that. Just tell me.
This is a tempting offer you're making here.
Man, well, dude, I'm making it because it's like, this is my point. I'm willing to say, look, I just need my foot in the door. Once my toe stops the door from shutting, then we can grow. We can expand. But the point is first we've got to get our fucking foot in the door, man.
You've got other ballers listening, so you better think about your.
Hey, dude, I don't care.
Hold on a minute. But the deal on the table though is that ISA is going to argue in favor of the Apollo moon landing.
Not argue in favor. Now that's stretching.
And if he does that,
you're conceding that the standard model of the Earth is completely wrong and that ships.
Oh no, I'm not.
Right? Exactly. Well, no.
What single point about that?
The single point is this, and this is where the cookie crumbles. Is that look? If I can't see the horizon at 30,000, 40,000, 350,000 fucking feet, then the problem is that if I'm going to give you that, then we're agreeing on that. Then you can't have boats going over the horizon at the fucking beach, man.
I agree.
And if you can't have that, then we got more subjects coming behind that one. But the point is, I want that one answered, because if plain sailing navigation teaches us to treat 600 nautical miles as flat.
No, I've shown you my pictures of flying around balls. I've shown you a picture of the scale of it.
I won't deny that you're impressive, Jem. I'm just saying that.
That's not the real ball. That's the twin of the other ball that you showed us.
Dude.
A ball is a ball.
Nah, it's his twin. They do experiments with twins. Don't you know that? They send two of them in pairs.
I think it was they were looking at genetic changes in weightlessness. I think that was what it was about.
So why don't the other ones have twins then? Like, why don't the other people? Or their twin has the same name. Like, I'm not quite
sure, but I know there was some science going on that involved twins. They often use twins in studies of.
That one guy, someone said, what's his name? Dick Scobie or something?
Pimps love twins, right, Jim? It's so funny, but yeah, I mean, we could. No one knows, man. Like in the argument of those, the Challenger. I mean, shit. I was traumatized at however old watching that shit in my fucking school.
Me too, bro.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Like I relate. But at the same time, it's so reaching to the general public and really to who we want to open this discussion to, that it's like really we've got to stick to some solid point. Find your solid point. For me, I mean, also, Jem, you know how much I love the fact that dark matter is, it's made up of gravity is, necessitates 97% of the universe being dark matter and dark energy. That's like,
amazing.
Would I make a bet on a team that I don't even know what they're playing? I don't even know the first letter of the name of the team, but I'm going to bet my whole fucking amount of money on
what they're playing.
Yeah, I don't even know the game. I don't know where they're ranked. I don't even know the name of that's where 97%, man. It's like, I've got the letter R. Do you want to bet, make a bet?
All in.
Yeah, on the sport that I don't even know the bookie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, what the fuck?
I'm trying to,
But that's coming after we.
Analogous response to your analogy, but The
That's
wheat
when I
too
well no.
strong.
After I argue the Apollo for the concession, I will move on to dark matter because dark matter is coming right behind the foot in the door. Because this is where, and they admit that they have not, 97% of the who believes this shit, man. And that's where I think it's almost us having this conversation has made certain sections of their community have to step away from it. It's a big hole in their game.
But this is good evidence of how science isn't dogmatic, isn't it? Because it's telling you something.
I agree.
Totally challenging.
That's why, brother,
what's
Jim,
on the table.
Don't you think that's why I have hope?
This is what we know to be true.
Isn't that why I have hope?
This is what the data tells us is true, even though it contradicts what we thought we already knew.
Right, and Jim, the fact that we could do that once before is why I'm here. Because I think we need to do it again. I think we need to update our and be like, wait a minute. Much like we Copernicus, all these people, we've moved along in the chain of history of science and adapted towards the information. And I think I'm actually hopeful that we could do it again. That's why I'm here, is talking about this idea that science is malleable, and I think once we realize who we are and the authority we have, we may be able to get what we desire. But if, one day I'll argue the Apollo for it. I'll do it just for you, Jim.
I've got a video series coming on it very soon.
Can I narrate it?
So you'll be able to
narrate it.
Well, do you know what? I was actually thinking about getting some people to do that because I've got a few bits in it where I'm reading out people's accounts, and I thought it'd be good to do it kind of like Ken Burns style, have someone reading it sort of thing. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I love Ken Burns, actually. Yeah. Some of his shit's full of shit, though, but I do like him. I like his series on jazz. It's good.
I like the one on Prohibition. I watched that recently. That's good.
Nice. Cool. I got to watch that one, actually. I do like his style. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude, I think this is the step in the right direction, in my opinion.
What about the football jerseys? Can we talk about that, or is that a no-go too? I love that. That was my favorite. The Super Bowl jerseys on the ISS.
Oh,
that was beautiful.
Oh,
unless they sent them a jersey on the limited space ISS when they sent their supplies, but whatever, 6 months.
I didn't even know about that.
Really, you should look that up. They had the Super Bowl jerseys on the ISS, so they're wearing the two teams that were playing. I can't remember who.
Yeah, and it's like, Trump wins and the Patriots win. It's like,
it was the Patriots.
It's like, oh my God, like this is like.
And someone said, how did they have those jerseys up there? Their last supply run was like months ago. It made no sense. And then I think the official explanation was, they sent them all of them. Or something.
Space capsule.
Yeah, so they just had to send them, their limited quantities of water,
like a football,
and their limited quantities of, space, coffee, cake, and
dehydrated jerseys. Once they get to you, put a drop of water on it.
You're answering the question yourself because.
Come on, bro! You think they said?
Let's say we don't believe that shit.
Let me explain.
I can't believe that they sent them just 6 bottles of water and 30 NFL jerseys. Like,
let's hear it, Jim.
As you've said, the big limitation is water, because water is really heavy to carry, and so they're very limited on the amount of water they can use. What this means is there's no washing machine. You can't wash clothes. So what they do is
they wear football jerseys.
Their clothes are rationed, and they work on a fairly strict regime. So they wear stuff for a certain amount of days, and then they just dump it.
They're like an African village, just getting a dump from the.
Oh no! Chris Hadfield. That's the thing. Chris Hadfield.
No, they have to. They would it on a regular supply.
Incinerated. He
on
said
a regular supply, they would be sending them dozens of tops and trousers and underpants and everything. That would happen on every supply because they have no way of washing clothes.
Okay, but this guy also said that. That's another point. Thanks for bringing it up. Chris Hadfield, the astronaut that I can't stand, he was on Conan O'Brien's show, and he said that he made this whole thing, and Conan, what? You throw your dirty underwear on us? I don't know what, like how they basically yeah, they don't wash clothes, and they throw it out in this capsule or whatever, and it's incinerated as it falls back into Earth's atmosphere or something.
Right.
So why doesn't this happen to them when they come back, or do they have like special stuff that doesn't get incinerated? Because why is the clothes like?
Because
really
they control the way they enter the atmosphere. So rather than just dropping straight into it, what they do is they use it to brake. So they'll dip down into the atmosphere, let it slow the spacecraft down for a certain amount of time. At that time, they're building up a lot of G-force, and they can only go so far because the G-force has become too much for humans and then too much for the spacecraft. And then they'll dip out again and let the spacecraft cool down slightly and then dip back in again. And they do that 3 or 4 times, and eventually they're slowed down enough to be able to go all the way through the atmosphere without burning up.
in what direction? Like how are you doing that? You're going in and out, up and down, like back out?
Yeah, they're going essentially swinging around the Earth as they do it.
Come on, Jeremy, man.
All right, so
why is that?
You know what? Say so. Let's move on from
come on,
this
is it
Jersey thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I wanted to ask Jeremy was, we know the Earth is 24,000 miles all the way around because
Right.
we've measured the curvature, yes, and we obviously use tools. So I just want to know what kind of tools. How did they measure this, and why we can't do the same now today?
Well, you could, I think.
Okay, that's a good answer. I want to get on to what happens consciously throughout human society once they implanted the seed of globe. And this is not from my own intuitive thought. I did come across this on basically a flat earth description or whatnot. But the idea was basically that when they stuck us on a globe, that's only a speck in this infinite expansive universe, they put us into the mentality that we are a cosmic coincidence, that our lives mean pretty much nothing other than what we're seeing, you know, and how whatever we do in our life. And there's nothing beyond this other than vast infinite space, which we will continue to reach out and look for other places that we can populate because we're fucking up the earth. So basically, that put us into this conscious mentality of we are nothing and we're out for ourselves and for our closest, and that's it. It's a dog eat dog world. But when you put it into a flat earth system where even Bill Nye said, you know, to the public that I want you guys to know that Earth's a closed system, that there's no getting off the Earth. I don't know why the hell he said that, why they told him to say that, but that's what he said. And if that's the case, then that puts us in a totally different perspective of reality and suggests, and it almost opens the door back up to, and I don't want to get into it because I'm not religious, but into the thought of divine creation and not just a blink of the eye of the universe. You know, this is something else. It puts us into a different mentality state, knowing that we're not just, you know, nothing. We're not just, because that's kind of what they also teach through the quote unquote new age religions, that you're nothing, you know, so just keep giving and giving. Well, like, yeah, give, help, you know, charity and help your neighbor and have more love in your heart and dispose of hate, you know.
Forgive everyone who kills your family.
Yeah, you know, have forgiveness, but it's like, how far can your forgiveness go unless you absolutely believe in a higher power? Because in the end, what does it matter if you go, you know, if when you die, what does it matter if, as long as you lived your life accordingly, you're going to go to this place of, you know, quote unquote paradise, you know, and I'm not, and again, I don't want to get into religion because I was born through religion. I grew up in religion, but then I defected from religion almost because things just weren't adding up, you know, and so I went on this exploration in my life where I just started picking and plugging at all these different theories and whatnot. And but anyway, I came across that, and again, it just, the globe puts us in a perspective that we are nothing, a flat Earth with a plane that we don't know, you know, how far it goes because we ourselves haven't explored it. But obviously, people with and groups with technological advances and the tools to go beyond the Arctic Rim, if that were the case, you know, they know. So anyway, yeah, the flat Earth puts us in a totally different conscious outlook on reality, and that's very dangerous to their established to what they want. They want us to be in a controlled state.
Shout out to Shroomy out there.
But I don't think that I often hear this sort of a characterization of things, but I just don't see that that's how it is. I don't see myself as insignificant,
and that's fine. Yeah, you should. And you shouldn't.
And I don't think that those ideas are tied to the Earth being a globe. I just don't see a connection in that.
Sure, it is, because they put us out as a coincidence, as nothing started this.
Well, I mean, those two ideas aren't connected anyway. You know, I think that's a very recent connection that's been made by modern flat earthers. You know, there were plenty of creationists making the sort of arguments that you're making, who definitely wouldn't think that the Earth was flat, and you know, were making those exact same arguments about, you know, we're insignificant and it's dog eat dog, and you know, I just don't believe
those are the words of Carl Sagan.
The only people who are presenting it that way are you know, creationists. You know, the fact that it's a globe doesn't negate the being a god. Evolution doesn't negate there being a god. The Big Bang doesn't negate there being a god. You know,
and remember that Big Bang, evolution, gravity, those are all still theoretical, and they're all being presented into the school system as being facts, basically. Like, you need to know this because this is how basically everyone is kind of trending to.
I think,
but they are classified as theory.
Go on, Sharon.
Well, they're scientific theories, and that is, I think you're equivocating that word.
But it's still a theory, whether or not. But yeah, let's.
Two things here. Check it, guys. 1 sec. I just want to say, welcome, Grim. I just want to let Sharon speak 1 sec, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, Grim, welcome. Rio raised a good point earlier, speaking on why would they plant the seed of us being able to explore the galaxies, or, you know, try and find a new Earth to live in, when, you know, just the year before, Bill Nye was told, at least to say, well, I don't know if he said it out of his own consciousness or was told to say, that the Earth is a closed system. And now, you know, the Orion project telling us that they can't get past the Van Allen radiation belts. So why plant the seed in us that we can't, you know, we should try and get out of this Earth, or, you know, that the Earth.
And in addition to that question, why are the kids of today being taught that they can't get out of low Earth orbit when we were all told that they went to the moon? Why is the disparity between the two educations?
Right. Well, I think
it means the Earth is flat. That's
look at it like this. We're looking. Remember, today in this idea, we're not looking to explain everything. We're looking to show the discrepancies, and therefore,
so with the discrepancies comes the assertions after that, right?
Well, after, right. But first are the
But I think
we'll get to that.
Okay, those things. Then I think what Bill Nye was trying to say was that there's no way for us to get off the Earth en masse, so we better look after it. He isn't saying that spaceflight isn't possible. He's making a point about ecology, and he's saying we need to look after what we've got, because there is no realistic opportunity for us all to piss off somewhere else. And
I don't. I think you're taking him out of context. He clearly says that we live in an enclosed environment.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, the question he was answering was, could we throw our garbage into space?
Right,
exactly.
Making a point about looking after
No, he was talking. The question was, can we physically do it? That was the question that was posed.
But I mean, I can't remember every word he said.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I just remember just because it was the question that was asked was, can we put our garbage in space? And he goes, we live in a closed system. That was his response. Like,
right. But, I mean, that's incorrect on the. I mean, usually when we refer to in science, when they talk about closed systems, they're talking about transfer of energy.
I agree. But he was,
and in that sense, he's completely incorrect.
Exactly.
So I think he's making a wider point. Just he's saying, this is all we've got.
You're kind of
although we can send a person to the moon, or we can send a probe to Mars, for the rest of us, there isn't a realistic possibility for us to go anywhere else and do this anywhere else. So we've got to look after this.
And again,
I think that's the point he's making. And I think to Anthony's point, where he's talking about the low Earth orbit thing, that's God. I mean, the amount of time that I have to say this, but it comes straight from that trial by fire, Orion trial by fire video, and they're talking specifically about Orion. Now with Apollo, with the lunar missions, they Apollo was single-use spacecraft. They could be used once and that was it. You couldn't use them again. And they were designed, 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago. So, obviously we can't use that same technology to make that same journey now. But Orion is designed potentially to go to Mars. So it's a very different challenge that it faces. But moreover, the big problem that we face today that we didn't face in the 1960s is that modern technology, basically the Van Allen radiation belts are energized particles flying around in space. And on the chip in your computer are energized particles flying around the circuit board. So if the ones in space get to the ones on your circuit board, your computer will stop working. And that wasn't the case in the 1960s when we got big clunky transistor-based technology that isn't affected by, a tight, one extra energized particle.
Well, no, it's actually like an electron barrier. Like you can't get past it, and that's the thing. It's in between the Earth and the Moon. So how did they pass it last time?
Yeah, and the risk with the Van Allen radiation belts isn't just to electronics; it's actually to the humans too.
Well, there is risk to humans. You're right, but I mean, we deal with radiation every day on Earth. I mean, bananas are radioactive, and with Van Allen, they pass through the main part of the belt in about, I think it's about an hour and 15 minutes or something like that. And the other thing with the Van Allen radiation belts is they are, well, I'll make two more points. One is that they are belts. It's like a big donut surrounding the Earth. So it's possible to fly over it. And that's essentially what they did. Their trajectory went over the top of it. And on the return journey, it came under.
That's amazing. Jeremy, you know more about this than the guy that was actually... Alan Bean said, oh, it wasn't a problem because we hadn't discovered it back then.
Yeah, he did.
Well,
he said that. He said
he made an error because it was, it's discovered before the, it's well publicized.
But he didn't know what they were. He's like, oh, whatever. He was literally
that thing. He's like, oh, whatever. We didn't die. We didn't know about it back then.
Well, as astronauts, they probably didn't know a lot about.
What do you mean?
Well, as astronauts, they probably didn't. It probably wasn't.
No, they were the smartest minds available.
Wait a minute. You see, the thing is, you think that they should know about it because you think that the Van Allen radiation belts are this big, dangerous thing.
I don't think they exist. I'm saying they presented both of them to us. They said they can't go up there now because they're there.
Let me finish. There is a danger there, but when you're going to the moon, that was a tiny risk compared to some of the other risks they were taking. They got a spacecraft full of explosives that they needed to separate the two craft on the way back and things like. I mean, there was a multitude of other risks that were much, much greater than the Van Allen radiation belt.
Who is it talking about?
How rockets work in space.
The final point I will make on it, though, is that the argument is illogical because you're taking NASA's data. Everything that you know about the Van Allen radiation belts, from NASA. And they're saying there's radiation.
We're just saying they're putting out conflicting information.
Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Please let me finish.
And then you're next.
They're saying there is radiation out in space. This is the shape of it. Here's the dangerous bit over the equator. Here's the not dangerous bit. This is how we fly through it. But you're cherry picking the first bit and you're just going, oh, there's radiation in space. No, we can't go through it. And it's
not at all.
It's just not the case.
That's not what I said.
And it's perfect. No. In fact, the figures show from the Apollo missions, the figures show that you could actually go, take the route that they took to the moon and back with no spacecraft and with no spacesuit, so naked, and the radiation still wouldn't kill you.
Okay, go on, I am.
I mean, I said none of those things. I don't know where he's getting all that. All I said was they're putting out conflicting information. I was building on what someone said before me. Was that they put out two conflicting. Of course it is. If you
But
say
they're not
you
they're
pass
saying that we don't currently have a spacecraft that can travel through the Van Allen radiation belts, and that is true. And that doesn't mean that we've never had a spacecraft that could. They don't say that anywhere.
Okay,
They don't
fine,
say
fair enough.
that.
All
They
right.
don't
I
say
mean,
that. That's the
okay.
conclusion that you have drawn because you want to
Fair
believe.
enough.
assertion.
Fair
But they
enough.
don't
All right.
say that.
Okay, so in
That
the
video
60s, they
is
had
specifically about the
weird.
Orion capsule. It isn't about all
So it's a
spacecraft. ever.
downgrade from their 60s technology. This Orion capsule that they're promoting in the year 2000, what was it, 2016?
In what way is it a downgrade?
In what? In the way that you're saying they don't have one that can pass through the dangerous radiation now, as this guy's clearly saying, but they had one in the 60s that did it with no problem. So there's a conflict there.
How do you know
how you
there's
see
no
it.
problem?
Because the one, as I've explained, two things. The ones in the 60s were single-use spacecraft. They no longer exist, and they were designed in the 60s or the 50s. So we don't want, we want a modern spacecraft for a whole number of other reasons. So that would be the case. And also, as I said, because modern technology, modern computers present an additional problem that did not exist in the 60s. And that's the main thing. And he makes that point in the video. He actually tells you that.
Do you know that what you're saying makes
From
no
analog
sense at
to
all?
digital.
It makes what, sorry?
It makes no sense because what you're saying is in the 60s, what technology didn't exist. It doesn't matter what the technology didn't exist. The Van Allen radiation belt still existed. So what you're saying right now is that they had the technology to get past them then, but they don't now. And that's what he's saying. That's very much what that they downgraded 40 years later. That's crazy.
Right. I still don't understand how that
the
jumps to the assertion that the Earth is flat, though. Just because even if we grant you that, if we grant that there never was a moon landing, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. There's a whole other list of variables that you can start to apply at that point.
Of course, yeah, but that's what we were talking about right now. It's not even about that. It was about the conflicting information coming from our source, our source for space.
We did have spacecraft. Hold on, let me say it one
Best
more
fit your
time.
comfort bias, then
Please.
it's not fucking fair, right?
Hold on, Grim.
Let me say it one more time. We did have spacecraft that could pass through the Van Allen radiation belt. We used them all up. We don't have them anymore. 50 years on, we want to build new spacecraft that can do that same thing. The new spacecraft have an additional problem that we didn't have in the 1960s, and that is defending all the technology or the computer equipment from the radiation. But additionally, the other problem with Orion is that on the trip to the moon, it's essentially it's a week-long trip, or maybe slightly longer on the later missions. So
Okay, but let me stop you there because you're wrong. Because the NASA says we cannot pass humans through
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
He
He said
doesn't say
human danger,
technology.
he mentioned both. He mentioned both.
But,
What he says
okay,
is-
but so that
Are you
rules
lying?
out what you're saying
Very well.
completely. That
I'm
rules
sorry?
out what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree with Camden.
How
What
does
he's
it?
saying. He's saying,
How
am I?
does it?
Can you? Okay. Am I?
Hold on, what happened?
I mean, which bit of we've used all those spacecraft up? Do you not understand? Why is that hard to comprehend?
Hold on one sec. One sec.
That's
Let
It's
us,
just
no longer
convenient and weird.
hold on, Anthony, if you want to say something, and then
Well, it's
Sharon.
convenient if you want to believe in a conspiracy and attach it to that, then it is, yeah.
No, I don't want to believe anything.
no,
What I'm saying is they're putting out conflicting
It's just
information.
that
I have no reason to
government defunded the space program in the 1970s, and they could no longer afford to send rockets to the moon. I mean, it's there's no real
$50
mystery.
million a day. They
Guys,
couldn't
guys.
afford it.
Oh, no.
I guess you guys have never talked to Jeremy before. However, brother Anthony, I think you're going to say something. You haven't spoken in a while, and I just figured you were going to say something.
With regard to the moon landings, if you look into the actual times that they claim that they were away from the Earth, it was like 6 days, 3 of which were traveling there, 3 of which were traveling back, and then the duration whilst they were actually on the moon doing moon things. If you do the maths and you calculate the speed necessary to get to the moon within the time period they gave us, how are they going to do the same speed coming back when they've not got rocket thrusters to boost up to that speed when they take off the moon? Yes, conceivably you could get there on the fuel and the rocket boosters in the first place. But we've all seen the footage where they took off from the moon, it just went pop, up it went.
Because on the way back, you're going downhill.
Damn. But yeah, seriously, if you apply mathematics to speed equals distance over time, you can work out the speed required to get such a distance in that period of time, and there's no way they're going to get that speed back on the way back from the moon, because A, they've got no fuel left, B, they've got no boosters left, and C, they did it in the same time period it took them to get there. That means they must have done the same speed coming home, and that's impossible. Well, radiation belts or electronics, otherwise maths is going to work against you on that one.
You said they've got no boosters left. Well, that's just,
unless it only took them a day to get there and 4 days to get back,
they did
right?
have boosters left.
And
the thing is, as I say, when you leave the Earth, you're moving away from Earth's gravitational pull. When you return, and if you look at the speed of the spacecraft, what you see is at the end of the TLI burn, they're traveling at 25,000 miles an hour. By the time they get to the moon, they're traveling at about, I think it goes down to about 2,500 miles an hour before the moon's gravity starts to take over, and then they start speeding up again.
Yeah, but the initial velocity.
So hang on, let me finish. On the return journey, you're moving into Earth's gravitational field. So as you get closer to the Earth, the gravitational field gets stronger, and you're pulled faster and faster. And that's how you're able to make the journey with less rocket fuel, because effectively you're going downhill.
It's not the issue about fuel, it's about the velocity required to do it in the time limit they stated they did it in.
Show me your equations that show that isn't possible, and I'd be interested to see them.
Well, speed equals distance over time. Just apply it to what they tell us.
Well, how have you applied the orbital mechanics of the gravitational fields of the moon and the Earth into that?
Well, you look at the
because that's an essential part of the equation, isn't it? Because you've got a great big gravitational pull that's dragging them along.
It's only relevant.
Calculations made about. I mean, you said they had no rocket thrusters left.
No.
Now you're saying they didn't have sufficient.
Let them respond. Let
me speak, man. The inverse square law says that the further away you get from the gravitational field in this case, the less of an effect it has to you, and it's exponentially increased as you get further and further away. So the argument for the gravity pulling the shuttle towards the Earth is rubbish until you get to very, very, very close proximity to it.
Okay, so what calculation have you made to determine that?
Right.
And what distance?
Just use their own maths against them.
Well, you tell me what the maths is. You're stating you know it. What distance do you have to be for it to make a difference? You're saying it's impossible. Show me the maths.
You have to be in close enough proximity for it to even work.
Okay, so how close do you have to be, and what maths have you done to determine that?
Is the moon not captured by the Earth's gravity?
No, you're talking about
gravity real.
You're saying you keep quoting the inverse square law, so you must have used. If you're using it in your argument, what calculations have you made using it to determine that this is true? And how have you applied the orbital mechanics into the equation to make sure that what you're saying is correct?
I used the inverse square law to negate your argument of gravitational pull.
Right. Well, let's see.
Okay, show me how you used. Yeah, that's.
I didn't.
38,900 miles over 3 days. You said, right?
The maths based on the inverse square law point. What I'm saying is, if you calculate the maths of the journey back, which is 240,000 miles in 3.5 days, that gives you a speed or velocity that you've got to average over that time period. And
why are you splitting the time in half, though? Who said it took them 3 days to get there and 3 days to get back?
That's what they.
What if it took them 1 day?
That's the narrative.
5 days to get back.
That's what they tell us in their facts. If you look up the Apollo,
it is about the same on the way back. A little longer, I think.
Yeah, but my point is, how did they get up to the relevant velocity, which was an average velocity, not a peak velocity, when they only had little compressed air things that go? I mean, how do you do that?
They didn't. They had they call it the SPS. They had the great big command module rocket engine.
I honestly can't remember. What I do know is I don't believe they've got any way to.
Sorry, the service module rocket engine.
Okay, but
I don't believe
you know what
rockets even work in space.
Lunar module, the command module, and the service module. All three of those things went to the moon, right?
I thought they separated and then left it.
No, all of that goes to the moon. The lunar module lands on the moon. Then the ascent stage, the top half of the lunar module, returns and docks with the command service module. The commands, then it's dumped, usually mostly back on the moon, but once into a solar orbit. But then the command service module returns to Earth, the whole of it, and then it separates as it's just before they actually re-enter Earth's atmosphere. You can actually see it burning up on some of the re-entry footage. So, so that's what they had a great big rocket engine to propel them.
I wasn't aware that they did have a rocket engine. To be fair, I did think they were doing it based on that little. That's what I saw on the moon.
There's a big engine on that service module. So yeah, that's
all right. In that case, I'll have to come back to you when I reconsider the maths.
Jim, you said you're working right now. Is this your job?
Who, me? Me?
Is this part of your job? Are they paying you right now to do this?
No,
what I actually do, believe it or not, is I own a delivery company, and we deliver takeaways. We deliver hamburgers. Well, usually we deliver McDonald's and KFCs mostly.
Oh my God!
So that's what I do for a living. I sell.
I don't judge you by that. I
sell secondhand McDonald's essentially.
Oh my God, that is disgusting.
It is fairly disgusting, yeah, but it's lucrative. And thankfully, I have a driver who needs to pay his car insurance.
Did you guys see
so he's very keen to get out there and work, and he's doing my job for me.
Did you guys see on Vice? They said they sent a spliff into space.
Yes, with the fisheye lens.
So
yes,
yeah.
Oh man, so that stuff. It just I don't know.
So anti-pot, you fucking fake.
Yeah.
No, you see what they did. You see what they did there. They did it right now while this topic's heating up. It's like, oh wait, we gotta prove them wrong. You know.
It's like
I am a NASA fanboy, I will admit, and the Apollo missions are kind of my favorite thing. So
wow, man,
I'll admit to that.
They're the worst thing ever. It's the worst production.
I'm not a paid agent, but I hope to be.
So seeing as it's one of your favorite things, this is going to crush you when you find out the Earth is flat.
I'm hoping they'll notice.
Resume. It's going to come up with.
They'll notice me. You know,
the Apollo mission specifically. Like, wow. if I understand like NASA fanboyism, but the Apollo missions, damn man, those are rough. So rough.
He's with his team.
Well, I'm a lot.
Through thick and thin.
You gotta win some, you lose some. Yeah.
One of the reasons it's my favorite is because for you guys, I know it's like one of your gateway conspiracies.
Oh
it's
man,
like,
I just wanted to see Neil Armstrong or Buzz or one of them like just smile when they came back from the moon. Like, God damn it, I just went to the moon and came back. You know, and I'm here. And then none of them could
they didn't look excited. They did not look excited.
They look scared out of their minds, like someone might kill them.
Watch the entire press conference, and
because they knew they were lying,
telling jokes and laughing, but people just pick on those few bits.
Well, wait, what happens when people tell jokes and they start laughing? You know, that has a lot to do with comfort levels.
Yeah.
Oh.
This guy,
when Obama jumps to telling jokes.
How should they look? What would make you guys happy?
Well, I would be.
If they look like they just won the Super Bowl or something.
I would be thrilled. I just went into outer space. I returned home. I'm still alive. I saw the vastness of space. I went on this crazy mission where I was
think about it, man. He had 3 days to burn through all his endorphins. So he got home and burned through all his endorphins, and he wanted to jump and fucking dance, monkey.
No, listen.
Radiated serotonin levels.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't even believe that it's a fact that they went there. I know it's possible that they could have faked it, but you know, I don't come from that argument, because if it's a flat Earth argument, if they went there or not doesn't prove the Earth is flat or not.
Oh, yeah,
that's true.
So it's like I don't even
know, but it brings more validation.
I look at it as an angle and prism inside of a different discussion that kind of sends a Delphi. It's like a Delphi technique. It just takes you right off the topic.
Oh yeah, no,
but do you see how it?
Well, the whole
that's correct.
Yeah, the whole point was to discredit NASA. So
exactly.
if we're using that, I mean,
you don't have to discredit
the biggest
NASA.
accomplishment.
It's like this. I already think NASA is fucked up, but I can't imagine. All right, that they could gather all the people's trust like that and only lie all the time. You have to tell the truth sometimes, because it's got to be verifiable occasionally. For other people to start believing. So wait a minute. So my point is, you can't just because they've lied before think that everything they've ever said is a lie. And bathwater, and you don't even realize.
Look like this though. If you got cancer, would you get chemo? You've told me before, no. And the point is that does that mean you don't trust modern medical science?
Right.
But I think the thing
I
is,
don't trust cancer.
That's what I'm
science.
trying to say, is that I don't trust this specific part of modern science. That's it.
Yeah, but you're not saying. But then you're making an assertion because you're using a double edged sword. You're saying because they don't have a picture of Earth, that satisfies me to believe that the Earth is flat. Well,
no, that's not the way.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you can watch the sunset and then
No,
still
you
deny
go
it.
ahead.
You
Go
can
ahead.
watch the
Finish
moon
your
go over
argument,
the
and then I'll
horizon and still
interject.
deny it. There's so many different fucking things that I can talk about right now that I'm just not.
Well,
even
also, let me explain this too about Grimm, just so people know. It's because we had this issue last night. Is that you're coming from your own alternative cosmology, your own self, and appreciation for the science of the universe. So it's very difficult to argue with. Well, dude, it's very difficult to argue with you when right, like we've stated in this particular case that we are looking at it to discredit the model that is
accept the challenge and stop expecting me to be the standard argument. All right, man up.
Dude, the problem is that we're not trying to have that. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, man. Right now, we're trying to get
there soon.
You have to
keep on walking around, bumping into each other.
Well, dude, like I said, dude, you're a genius ahead of your time. We're just not there yet, man. But I hope you can forgive us all for not understanding. But I'm saying like this. But you're asking too much of the conversation at this point. That's all.
As soon as I speak up 1 minute, you have to put down.
No, here, go. I tell you, lay it out there, Grimm.
Look, I've been quiet this whole fucking time I've been in here, and then all of a sudden, since I start talking, you're like, "Let me talk to you about Grimm." Let me.
I gotta explain
setting the stage.
No, he was just introducing you. I didn't know that. Like I just learned something like you.
I tried to come off. I tried to say it right away. I don't believe in NASA, right? So, but it doesn't make the assertion. I'm just saying logical shit. You can't make the assertion that Earth is flat just because
that's absolutely fact.
I mean,
that's absolutely fact. I agree with you 100%. And I want to just say this. There's a quote that I've lived by through my my exploration of truth. Jiddu Krishnamurti said it like this. He said, "Until the false is seen as the false, the truth is not." So we are determining the fallacy of our reality as we know it.
Negation. Exactly.
Right. Okay. Right. And we're not telling you or telling anyone straight out, flat out, that the Earth is flat. You know, we're not telling you that, but we are definitely arguing the point and the idea that we have been lied to. We need to identify how far this lie goes. What have we been exposed to that is part of the lie, so that we can start disintegrate that lie in order to build back up a foundation that starts with the truth, with what is fact. And being able to determine what is fact, yes, we have to go through science, we have to go through equations, we have to use mathematics, we have to do that. We have to get up as far as we can to see our Earth, you know, or whatever we have to do to find out exactly what the truth is. But yeah, first we have to identify what the lie is.
Right, and be careful not to make assertions, and that's exactly my point too, and that's what I'm doing, because I've got all kinds of examples of NASA's tomfoolery, but none of it leads you to the flat Earth, but there is a lot, and I'm talking about from Alfine getting ignored for 100 years, Christian Birkeland. All these people who postulated electrical activity in space 70 to 100 years ago and all of this are finally just now. I mean, I'm talking about last month being it being admitted because of the data cannot be interpreted any other way this time. See, normally NASA will take data because they have real instruments and they do real data shit, but then they give you these weird fucked up interpretations of that data. And that's why we have stupid renormalization math like dark energy, quantum fluid, all the shit that doesn't, that's why they have descriptions of gravity, but not explanations for gravity. I say they because we actually have all of this. Humanity knows these answers. I mean, shit's been known for a very long time. It's just the establishment is not allowing the data to be interpreted correctly for the eyes of the public, the layman. All right, they're keeping it in particle physics and stuff instead of all fields and field dynamics and the ether and everything, which all of that is perfectly explainable and provable. It's just that through other interpretations, it looks like something else. You know, just like this, this flat Earth thing. What has it done? Other than break up communities, stop momentum from fighting against vaccines and the government and the fluoride and all the things that we were all on before it came around. And now all we're doing is fighting each other, separating, causing groups, and what the fuck?
It does create a rift. Yeah, absolutely. This concept, because it seems to be the greatest, well, one of the greatest, I guess, conspiracies or cover-ups that we've come across as of late. But yeah, absolutely. These discussions, they can create rifts, but they can also create more continuity between people, especially once we have determined who the quote unquote enemy is. The enemy is a liar. Okay. The enemy will deceive you. Okay. So once we establish who that entity is or what that entity is, then we can start. We don't have to necessarily agree on what the Earth is. We just have to really agree that we are being duped. And yeah, you bring up the fluoride issue and even the chemtrails, for the stratospheric aerosol injection program. I mean, I'm in New England, and we haven't seen this. We've seen the sun 3 days out of like 3.5 weeks because they're doing this Operation Solar Shield program right now that Harvard discussed like a month ago. We're going to be doing this now. We haven't been spraying anything in the atmosphere, but now we're going to be doing it, and we're going to be combating the solar radiation. So we can combat global warming. That's another thing. The global warming agenda, the climate change agenda. To get us to
all that's fake, man. All of that shit.
Absolutely, and you know what? And right now we're surrounded by the mist, the fallout. We're surrounded by the fallout of the chemtrails. And we have been seeing this past 3 weeks where it's been overcast. There hasn't been really any rain, but there's been some precipitation falling that's misty. So it's definitely not. It's not so much creating weather as it is just creating chemicals all around us. I mean, a toxic world.
I agree. And another thing you can't really discuss when you're only talking about the flat Earth model is the idea of solar minimums and solar maximums, and the way the hydrogen or helium hydrogen ions, actually penetrate the Earth's magnetosphere and then incorporate themselves with oxygen molecules and create, what is that? Oxygen and hydrogen, water, right? So, and all this extra water being brought into our atmosphere through the sun, activity of the sun, and then we're talking about electrochemistry that's going on, which is all very provable in a laboratory, and we do it all the time, right? But this is the kind of thing that doesn't get discussed because it's a flashlight. It's not even there. It's like, what is it? You know what I mean? Like, it's flat. It's not round. You can see the sunspots going around it and then come back around it. The sun's round, guys. Oh, that's CGI. No, the fuck it isn't. You can see sunspots with cardboard shadows and shadows on the ground. So, I mean, there's ignoring science completely and throwing it out the window. And then there's bad science. We understand that there's bad science in science. People who deal with science all the time. We know that the peer review I just did a video on it, and Lost Horizon was doing a demonstration for the scientific method and showing how the peer review publications, less than 1% of them even follow scientific method, but everybody's appealing to authority on the peer review, and things can't be reproduced, all this kind of bullshit that goes on out there. And it has a lot to do with us not being thinkers anymore. Honestly, it has a lot to do with the trusting the appeal to authority. That's why we're in this mess, in the first place. We can all agree on that. I think
that's why. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find is a point of agreement where for all of us, like even like I've kind of made the case, even if like you said earlier, it's like straying away from these topics that are going to get us so far out there. And I think when we get into the discussion of what we all think this may be, or what we think they're doing with geoengineering, or what we think they're doing with this or the other thing, when we start speculating and getting that, we lose ground in the general arena of this topic being spoken in the general tub. Now, granted, little pockets, like I would, Grim, I like your ideas. It's like, but at the same time, we're dealing with this, what like JLB calls the normies. We've got to first discuss this with the normies, and they all want to kill us for it.
Yeah, but you can't.
The thing is, I don't think it's causing as much division as you guys are focused on. Like we're all here.
Good point. I am.
We're all here talking about it right now. You know what I mean? I've heard 4 or 5 different things that I've never heard in my whole time.
But this has been check it out. This today, I'll tell you what I got to say, and I don't know, maybe a couple of gentlemen will agree. It's been a while since there's been this conversation, though, brother. Like this was had quite a bit over on Free Chan and a couple other channels, and I know Ed Discussion, they have their slant on things, but I feel this is more akin to what I saw over at Free Chan. But I also want to direct this in a little bit sharper way, in the sense of, like, I don't want to delve too deep off of the deep end into what we could speculate in our little pockets of talk.
Well, now
because I want to appeal to the ballers. I want to appeal to them. I want them to think that I want them to know that, yo, I'm rational, man. We're rational.
Hell yeah, I'm rational, and I was you. Like I'm
at a comfort bias or something, or I'm appealing to authority, and now you can kind of understand why I'm like, no, I'm not. I got more arguments against these established institutions than you do. Yeah. So no, I don't appeal to them, and I'm offended by that remark. You know what I mean? That's why I have these problems out here because I'm people like to what do they call that? Presuppose your position in things, right? Without hearing what your position truly is. And so the conversation can get started, and you hear what you want to hear because you're presupposing my
right. But Grim,
view.
You're entering into a conversation where there is a standard. We're arguing against a standard model, and you're coming in with left field and siding with the ballers half the time, and then bringing in stuff like, I mean, Negador right now is ripping you up in the chat but there's this, and now I don't want to. What I don't want to do is delve into the splitting of hairs between some some niche topic of magnetism and the ball earth topic and flat earth. I want to keep it like, from what we can tell, this particular model
niche topic. I'm talking about.
I know, dude, you're so mainstream and yet so rebel. It's great. You're everything you want to be, dude. But the point is this: is that I can't have that conversation. I don't want to with the general population.
There's the truth.
Yeah.
I
know, dude. Hillbilly's over there telling everyone that I'm a fucking piece of shit for fucking even having people on here, or for some reason taking his wrench away because he banned 3 accounts or something. Dude, I got people talking.
Fuck Hillbilly.
Listen, I'm not trying to talk, but my point is, I like.
Don't worry about all that shit.
I got this. I still love Hillbilly, okay? And despite him, not wanting to say whatever, I don't give a shit. I'd study law. Human is a monster. I'd expect nothing from anyone. I expect zero. I expect hatred, lies, deceit, and fucking whatever. But I know that in this topic, in general, public, we have a certain element of where we're dealing with a model that proposes all this crap. And all I'm trying to do is talk about that bunch of bullshit, get a chink in the armor, get my foot in the door in the conversation.
As leverage for a flat earth argument.
Dude, as leverage. No. Look at you making presuppositions, dude. You're talking about not.
Listen to you though. It's not a presupposition.
Dude, and hey, brother, am I not like? That's how isn't it a new day? Can't you let me explain what I've learned today? Because the thing is that today I feel as though we need to neutralize and come to. I've always come together with the people, and I just think I don't want to delve into fringe out there stuff that really doesn't help us knock a chink in the ball model. Because to me, it's like it's hard to argue against you when you come with a different schemata than the proposed model I'm arguing. Give me a week on your material. I'm not, and nor am I trying to debunk it because I just don't
listen.
care.
What you're trying to say is, I only want to argue with the arguments that I'm familiar with.
Dude, I'm saying that I'm arguing with the system that
actually use my brain and argue from any other perspective.
Brother, I wonder if you can follow along in a conversation sometimes. Because seriously, dude.
Wonder?
Yeah, I do, man. And even being that you're so.
I think I'm doing pretty well right now.
Okay, good, man.
Grim, you're a snake in everyone's grass.
Serious, dog. I mean, like, and that's
because I don't like being talked to like that. Right?
No.
And I pick up on all the little subtleties.
He's being funny.
When I've been in hangouts with you, I think, oh yeah, this guy's cool. He's saying, and then you start coming out.
And some asshole calls me fucking.
I'm like, oh my god, what's he saying? Right? And I think they feel the same way, but kind of.
But no one called him anything. Everyone's listening. You know what I mean? It's all good right now. Don't I don't think any of you guys need to start getting emotional, because then that's where the conversation starts steering off.
good
Like
point.
we have to do a half an hour of emotional.
But I know what I
consoling.
mean.
It doesn't need all that, man. We're different people with different points of view, and that's cool. That's always going to be
He's
there.
just
That's a
asking
guarantee.
for a week on your material so he can familiarize himself with what you're trying to say, so he can make sense of it on a public platform such as this.
Right, you're hitting me like I have nothing for you, kid. It's like, I don't, because you're not arguing the NASA model.
I'm like old enough to be your dad.
Yeah, good for you, bud. But the thing is that I don't give a fuck about that. I got fucking.
Don't call me kid, all right?
Yeah, dude, I'll call you son, dog. Look, this is my channel. You feel
son, dog?
Yeah, I'll call you my boy.
Hey, the name calling and stuff, that's part of the division.
I don't want to go there, right?
Let's not divide us. Okay, we have different perspectives. It's fine.
I know. How did this all turn into this anyway when we were talking
delving into random topics, and I just want to.
Because now we're moving on.
Yeah, hey, I have something for Jeremy.
All right, Sharon, go.
I wanted to call you out on something you said earlier, that it was the creationists that came up with the quote that says that you're an insignificant speck of dust, floating through space. That's actually a quote from Carl Sagan.
Yeah, I know.
With that, let's segue into something else.
Well, I mean, I wasn't saying it was a creationist that came up with that quote, but I think that characterization of what science is telling us, I think is what I hear from creationists. But I agree, Sagan did say that, but I think what he was trying to do was he was trying to express the scale of the universe and how how tiny we are in relation to that. I think that's what he was trying to put across, and I think people again have they've given it their own meaning to some extent. But he was also saying, he did use the word insignificant, I think.
Yeah, he did.
But I think that's true. But I think it's I think you have to decide to take offense to it,
Right. No. I'll take it in a certain way. When I was in college, I took it as, oh, well, when we're so insignificant in the universe, and all these problems and issues that we deal with on a daily basis shouldn't really matter. They don't make a dent in reality whatsoever. That's how I took that quote.
I took it as
I think that's true.
I took it. Let me say something real quick. I took the quote as saying that insignificant in size comparable to the rest of the universe.
Right.
Not insignificant as our personal lives are all insignificant in all this, extra
also did mean that.
hyper, victimized stance that you're taking on it. I don't think he meant that at all.
No one's gonna rebuttal that.
Billions.
No, no, it isn't. No,
well, I mean, I guess.
No, you're wrong.
No, I mean, I feel like I'd be hyper victimizing myself if I were to say that, oh, he was being personal with me about my insignificance.
That's how people. A lot of people will kind of take it that way. The general person that doesn't think outside the box as much, that's more into their sports, and I'm working, I'm gonna come home, I'm gonna watch after I eat dinner and my family, and nothing else
the regular
can
narcissist
occupy my space. I know what you're saying there. Like, insignificant as far as the vastness of space is the planet, but that kind of puts a lot of people into that mentality as well, where it is dog eat dog and everyone's out for themselves or just their family. But even then, we have deteriorating family relationships going on now because of the interjection of authoritarian figures and many other aspects that I can't really delve into because I'm not completely privy to at this time.
I understand, but he used philosophical terms like, okay, so this is the actual quote. He says, "Who are we? We find that we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy, tucked away in some forgotten corner of a universe in which there are far more galaxies than people."
So he's definitely talking about the planet, not the people.
No, but you don't understand.
Who are we?
That even
clear. But what's on the planet?
It's insignificant, and he even went into the comparable to. So
if the planet's insignificant, what about its occupants?
The question posed
we're talking about in size and relative to the rest of the universe. He's not talking about the people.
But where I would
agree about the people. The question posed at the beginning of this quote was, "Who are we? Who are we that we find ourselves? This is where we find ourselves." Who are we?
Right.
but I
Read
think-
the rest again.
Go.
Who are we that we find our? Oh, sorry, it's who are we? Question mark. We find ourselves.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm screwing this up. 1 second. He says, "Who are we?" Question mark. We find that we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy, tucked away in some forgotten corner of a universe in which there are far more galaxies than people.
Forgotten.
And look, some people can read into that we came from another planet.
Right. I think that's the point. I think that this is literature. I don't think it's not a scientific statement. And I think whenever we're reading literature,
No, I agree.
hang on.
That wasn't the point.
Hang on, let me finish. I think that whenever we're talking, when we're dealing with literature, we're always subscribing our own subjective meaning to that literature anyway. There's always at least going to be an element of that in how we understand what we're reading.
Right, but he had a moment to lift us with the wonder of the universe. Instead, he dragged us down and made it seem as though that we're little. He could have been like, we're a miracle amidst the speck of. He could have made it eloquent, but instead,
I would agree. I think he could have chosen
right, but that's
through negation. He's trying to show you the vastness.
I think I'm probably saying
universe.
that in the hindsight of flat Earth, but I think he could have chosen better words.
Yeah, I think so too. And it also, if they know that, let's say they have this effect, and if you'll give us the idea that in some semblance these are the priests of science of this scientific era, and they're talking in this way down to the people that listen to them, and they know that this affects the subconscious. I mean, why would you instill a worthless whatever at all in regards to, or like, is it just his studies alone that led him to?
I don't know. They use the same fucking guy to tell you black holes exist and shit too.
Well, hold on. It's a subjective experience for this guy maybe who's studying all this material and thinks that he's insignificant, and we're then.
I think the more philosophical.
Yeah, it could be a sublimation or a projection. Yeah, you're right. All of that combined, but this is all speculation. Right?
Of course.
Over someone's literature and another interpretation of it and all of that.
Good point. Still can't see it. Ships ain't going over horizon. I'm glad we settled that in the last episode. That ships are not going over the horizon, because I wouldn't want to have to go through that all over again.
It's just
subliminal subconscious.
Well, look, there's that same city that he
things
said. Look, wait. I just wanted to show. Who was it that I was talking to yesterday? He's not here today, but. He was trying to tell me, what was that city we were talking about?
Spurs. Yeah, that was you, Spurs.
Somebody kept saying something about what city was it? Well, there it is on my thing there. Same city, same view, same beach, all of that good stuff. And then where's the rest of the city? Because there's no, what do you call it? Atmospheric refraction for you to see that phenomena that he was showing as the norm, which was a phenomenon that you don't see it like that every day, like he's trying to act like you do. I was just trying to point that out because, it's very dishonest to show only the phenomenon and say, look, it's a flat plane, because look, you can see which they were elongated, stretched out buildings and all that kind of stuff. All misshapen and things, just like you would see from the Fata Morgana mirage or whatever, all of that. But he was taking it as, no, that is the norm. That's what you see every day, and that was a complete lie.
Thank goodness we clarified this with Jem earlier. He's consented that the ships don't go over the horizon, because you have to like go up to 350,000 feet to see the curvature.
I did not concede this.
Oh,
forgive me. Nothing to do with that.
We did not.
What? That didn't happen.
And I know.
Do we want a globe, or do we want
signed deposition?
Yeah,
and you want the same, I'm sure, from
me.
Yes. Well, we want to enter into this agreement.
We want a notary seal from NASA saying that dark matter does what it says. That's what we want.
I have a question for everyone. A question for everyone. What do you want the Earth to be flat, or do you want it to be a globe, or not necessarily flat, but do you want it to be something other than globe, or do you want it to be a globe?
I want it to be flat.
Yeah, exactly. We just want
to see the mirage.
Me too.
I'd love it to be flat. I think that'd be cool.
I just want to know what it is.
Yeah.
If you guys were right, that would be awesome. But of course you're not.
Does that look like something shrinking?
So I guess you're just gonna be miserable for the rest of your life then.
Yeah.
Not with us around.
But you guys will too.
Not with us around, right, Jim? Hell yeah, man. That's the thing is that this topic is so. I mean, I've been saying this last time. I think we've stumbled into the most intense question I think that has been ever asked is what's the shape of the Earth, and I think they've been trying to figure this out ever since Hammurabi. And I'm of the opinion that even if you got up to the Black Pope or the blackest of churches, and you know what I mean, the dark, the evil fucking whatever, and you grab him by the neck and you're like, hey, what's the shape of the Earth? He's gonna be like, I don't know.
This is what the sun would look like if it was a flat Earth model and it was doing what you guys say it's doing. This is what it would look like. Watch. See it shrinking, going away, disappearing off.
That's a mock.
That's a representation of everything else we've ever seen.
It's not a real footage. It's a sun being.
No, hang on. If I take a beach ball and I pass it over your head and keep going off into the distance, is it going to disappear bottom first out of your line of sight, or?
Play the video again. Who's that? Jeremy? Is that you talking, or was that Rio? Who was that talking?
Anthony. As I was being interrupted.
Play the video again for Anthony.
Okay. It's not a video. It's a show. It's a mock-up of what it's supposed to look like if the sun was disappearing off into the distance.
It's really good. It's really well done.
Hang on. Watch. What you want to do is look at sunsets that are taken from above the clouds or at high elevations on the ground, where there's not, when you're not trapped in the layer of dense air that we live in. Look above that layer, and the sun does exactly that. It shrinks.
No, it doesn't.
Right, but not enough to like. It melts into
the size that it gets on the way down.
It doesn't, dude. You can't say it doesn't if the man has footage. No. You haven't seen his footage, obviously, right? I haven't seen it either. But my point is that you would have to leave it open if you haven't seen the proof. This is right.
I've been on this earth for 40-something years.
I don't give a fuck. Intellectually, dude.
How many days are in 40-something years?
I don't give a fuck, dude.
Why don't you?
You don't have, because you're intellectually dishonest.
How many times throughout your life?
What are you raging for, dude?
Just listen real quick. How many times?
You don't like to present?
Listen real quick. Listen real quick. Now, how many times throughout your life, on your time on this earth, have you looked at the sun wondering, is the earth flat or a globe until just now?
What do you mean wondering?
What do I mean? What I mean is like when you had that conscious
as you see a
thought.
Sunset, you realize that something's not driving off into the distance.
But you're not even considering that fact while you're watching the sunset until this topic was ignited. I'm just trying to
5 or 6 years. I've been trying to actually see make sure that what I'm seeing is either what it is or not. Right.
So you've had this topic of flat or globe for 5 or 6 years, then it's what you're saying.
I've known about it for at least 5 or 6 years.
Okay, all right. So for the past 5 to 6 years, you've been looking at the sunset with that thought conscious in your mind.
I've gone out. I've just demonstrated a few different things, and it's exactly where everything's supposed to be. So there's, I've got a friend in Australia. We're looking at the moon together. I'm seeing it on, which direction is that? Was that? I can't remember right now, but we're talking about where we're supposed to be seeing the moon together, and she was seeing it directly overhead while I was seeing it on the horizon, just as it should be, in a spherical model. It wouldn't have been that way in a flat Earth model. It's not the direction of where it even is supposed to be. Your time zones don't add up on the flat Earth model. You can't predict one celestial event with the flat Earth model.
I've left a link in the chat window if anybody wants to
explain lunar eclipses on a flat Earth model.
No, you can.
And if you listen, you're not here to do that.
No, yeah, you are. Because if you're
are you trying to tell me what I'm here to do?
We need to replace it with another.
Hold up. Are you trying to tell me?
And if you're going to replace it with another, it's got to work.
No, just shut up for 5 fucking seconds.
You shut up.
I'll kick you off, dude. Just shut the fuck
up. Of course you will.
No. Listen to the host. Listen to the host and respect that. That's fine. And then you'll have your say.
Respect the place, man. Look, dude, I'm not trying to provide fucking answers to you. I'm trying to knock out the fucking idea that we live on a ball. I said that earlier, but maybe you were speaking in your head and didn't fucking listen.
Okay, don't need to go to that length, but continue with your points.
Thank you, brother.
It made sense anyway.
I'm a dick. Forgive me. I got no.
No, that's all right. I just calm.
The only thing I'm proving is I've got much better.
I'm trying to give you a model, man. That's all I'm saying, brother. We're not trying to explain sunsets. We're not trying to explain the star. We're trying to say that what we've been told is bullshit.
You're gonna have to.
agree
If
with
you're
that.
gonna discredit
One day,
one,
did I not say that we're not there yet?
You got to get there then, because you can't discredit something
Well,
without
have mercy
having.
We're not going to get. We're not going to get there overnight. We're not going to get there overnight.
Have mercy on us then. Show us mercy. Forgive me. I'm not that bright.
When observationally, I'm looking at it work.
Dude, we're not as fast and witty as you, dude. The thing is that we just need a little more time to catch up with you.
Victim and trying to be condescending.
Dude, well, all I'm trying to say is that you're trying to say we're not up to your level.
Your emotions out there in the group, dude. We see through that shit.
Good for you, dude. Like I give a fuck, bro. Dude, like I give a fuck.
No, but it's childish when you're talking over him too, man. He let you.
Yeah, but you got to remember who got interrupted while he was talking. Me. Remember?
Let me show you on, dog. Yo, just calm down for a sec, man. The point is that, look, we're not trying to provide you no model, and you're putting words in my mouth like I can't explain the sunset, so it must be all bullshit.
No, I asked you to explain the sunset.
That's motherfucker. Yo, that's what I'm trying to say. I can't do that. I'm trying to tell you that we're talking about NASA and what they're doing and how it's fucked up. We're not trying to give you all the answers.
Okay, guys,
don't get mad at me if you can't answer a question. That's all. I didn't get mad.
Okay, forgive me. One day I'll get there. Go on, brother.
Guys, just play the link in the video that I've put in the chat. It shows that what happens with the sun when it sets when you're above the clouds, when you're not in the layer of dense air that we live in. You clearly see the sun shrinks, and it does exactly what you'd expect it to do on a flat plane. Can you see the link I put in the group chat?
Yeah, I got it.
Whoever's playing at the moment, just pick up that link and just play it. You'll see.
I've got to get going, guys. I am a very, very, very bad person.
You're a bad Englishman.
Yeah. Thanks for the chat, guys. I really enjoyed it.
Hey, Jim, forgive me for speaking up.
Sharon.
Nice to meet you, man.
I am Rio.
Nice to meet
the
you,
atmosphere there. That's just above.
Good chat, guys.
Yo, bless.
I hope to chat again.
Up there.
Yeah, cool. I hope so.
Yo, hey,
Nice
Jim.
to meet you.
When you're walking around, just think it looks real flat, though, right?
Good chat. Good chat.
Look out for my How I Know We Landed on the Moon series coming soon.
Well, only if you're accepting that they didn't go over the curve. I love you, dude.
Yeah. You put that in the beginning and we'll all watch it.
You have to put flat in there.
I call it that, How I Know We Landed on the Moon.
I love it. I love you,
See you
dude.
later. Bye.
Yes. That was awesome, man. Hey, yo, Grim, man, forgive me for.
That's all right. The camera is, by the way, I can see that the aperture, the camera on here is, the sensor is set to auto. So you're going to do that. This is your camera, dude.
Well,
What's happening right now?
Plus, you're not out of the atmosphere.
What's your point?
I'm watching this sunrise and sunset video over Helicala, or Helicala. I don't even know how to say that.
Well, what's the objective? What's the objective?
When he told me to watch the video,
I know
me that it does exactly the same thing as it does in that other video, which not even close.
Is it image, or do you want to present it, Anthony? Or
No, for some reason, it's not even playing back on my machine. I think I may have to do a restart.
You can clearly see the sky and the everything changing, dimness and brightness when this change happens. So it's the camera.
Well, no, the point I was making is that the sun dilutes the way your pupils do, and that's exactly what you would expect to see on a flat Earth model.
It doesn't. What you're seeing there is the camera setting itself, its auto sensor, light sensor.
Okay, so if I showed you more evidence of the same thing, would you accept it, or would you still just say the same thing?
Your video's on, brother. Is your video showing?
You're showing me that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you mean if you play it from, say, 3 minutes, it shows probably the best part of it. And then if you speed it up to double speed, if you can.
I'm like horrible with this stuff. Oh, let me see.
Yeah, change it to double. 2.
Where's my 2? Oh, forgive me. Got it. Yeah, I never used this thing. All right.
Yeah, that's obviously not what's happening. But
well, it is.
You
just
gotta
watch.
know more about cameras. Yeah, it's a light sensor. It didn't do that to your eye, and that's a piece of the sun. The sun's not shrinking off. Clearly.
So if I showed you more evidence of the same thing,
it stays the same size until it's almost gone, but then all of a sudden it shrinks off into the distance. Now all of a sudden physics is correct at the end.
Yeah, but the point is, look at how small that sun is compared to.
That's clear.
Small that's.
I know, but that's a clear. You're being biased. That's a clear camera anomaly. You can do this all the time. The camera does that all the time. If you would have set that camera to a particular why can't I think of the fucking exposure, right? And stuck it on that exposure, then you wouldn't have saw that, of course. But since it's changing the exposure,
look, the proper rebuttal to this, is I'm aware, and I'm looking forward to, of course, everything you do is great. The thing is that the rebuttal I've heard is that the idea is you measure the angular diameter, and that's something I'm going to be looking forward to do with the moon and possibly the sun if I can get a filter for my cam. But that's something I've heard. But this is really awesome footage, man.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to consider is the actual terminator line, or the lack of it, because when the sun's supposed to go behind the rotation of the Earth, you would expect to see X amount of minutes later a black tidal wave of terminator line going towards where the sun was, and we don't see that either.
Listen, check this out. It should be very easy for you. Grab your telescope, watch the sunset, focus in on where the sun's just sat, and then zoom in on it with your telescope, and guess what? You won't see the sun. It'll be gone over the horizon still.
Yeah, but you're doing it from a land-based position.
Oh man, you're supposed to be land-based. We're talking about you're on the land. The sun doesn't go below the land in your model, so you should always be able to see it.
No, but that's not the point. The way that it's shown in the
bright as that motherfucker is, right?
Right. You know, airplanes that go over the horizon, they don't like.
We can even explain why the shadow of the moon turns red due to the slowing down of the light waves passing through Earth's atmosphere from a bent angle on the other side of the fucking sphere, brother.
Yeah, but that assertion isn't proven at all. It's an assertion.
It's all reproducible stuff, though, that we can reproduce in a laboratory. Like I said, a theory isn't just some wild idea. You have to have scientific evidence for a theory.
Yeah, but you also have to have scientific
flat Earth gets the name theory for some reason, and it doesn't even deserve it. It's a flat Earth hypothesis. It's not even a theory.
Well, like Charles Darwin's
with a theory, you can predict other events. Yeah. But predict one event other than tomorrow coming with the flat Earth model.
Dude, just get a planisphere. It'll tell you any event that you want. You can tell where the moon will be at any date, at any year, at any time.
Oh, right. And you'll know Mercury's retrograde across the sun and all of that too, because I thought the planets didn't exist.
You thought
the planets were aberrations, or until the ad hoc came in and changed that when we just.
Do you not understand how the ecliptic works?
4 or 5 years ago.
Do you not?
You gotta understand my frustration with this flat Earth shit. It's been about 5 years I've been wrecking the shit out of y'all, and nobody's paying attention to it.
Well, I'm trying to pay attention, but let me answer your questions. You said about retrograde motion. The phraseology there is the apparent retrograde motion, and that's perfectly explained by the ecliptic on the flat Earth model. Do you understand what
going backwards across the sun?
What?
You can explain. I'm talking about Mercury retrograde, going backwards across the sun.
Right. You do realize on the flat Earth model, on the ecliptic, that's where all the planets live, right?
No, on the flat Earth model, originally there were no planets. The moon was a hologram.
No,
that's what came in.
Okay, so why are we even talking about Mercury or Venus or any kind of thing that you can actually? So you're supposed to see that in the night sky when they're behind you.
Yeah, remember that the moon is a hologram. The sun is a flat disk. These were all the original flat Earth.
Wait, but address what I asked you. How are you supposed to see Mercury and Venus in the night sky when they're behind?
Sorry, who are you asking that to? Me?
They're not. I'm not saying when they're directly behind the sun. No, I'm talking about retrograde in front of the sun, and we can't.
No. Yeah, in front of the sun, right between the Earth and the sun, right? But we're facing away from that direction. So how are we ever supposed to see Mercury and Venus in the night sky?
Because when the sun sets, and Mercury is still off to the left of the sun or right of the sun, whichever, you can see it. Because it's the night sky.
In the night sky.
Yeah, because now it's the night sky. Even though it's next to the sun has set. That means the sphere has blocked.
So how come we can always
finish? This is perfect for you. That means the sphere has blocked the faster light, the whiter blue rays of the sun, right? And has allowed the sky to turn dark now because there is no sun. So now we can see the stars that are next to the sun. What do you think the planets that are next to the sun? What do we call Venus?
Depends on who you mean
How
when
do
you
we
say
see Mars?
Yeah, maybe in the daytime you can see Mercury and Venus, but not in the night sky. You shouldn't be
But
able
we
to
don't
see-
even know what they are. We don't know what these planets actually are. If they're
You gotta
planets at all, or if they're
realize
just
what-
specks in the firmament, quote unquote.
Do you don't think that they're like in a really close, tightly knit orbit only around the sun? You realize that all of our planets are in order, and that we can calculate for that order by viewing those planets and their motions around the sun. All this stuff exists.
But we're talking about
It gets
planets
ignored in
now,
a
which
matter of model.
look,
No,
if you're talking about planets,
you cannot sit there and say that the Earth is stationary and that
Yeah.
everything is moving around it. when
around
we
it,
can't-
yeah.
No, you
Graham, I
can't.
just don't think
Because
you.
if you
only by
haven't gotten in,
describing everything
if
you
they-
can observationally see and prove in the sky.
they haven't gotten into space, okay? They have not been there.
So
and
how does
the telescopes
and
don't
what's
give
that
us
got to do with
anything but
anything?
images. It has everything to do with everything.
No, it
'cause-
doesn't.
Sure it does. Because if things
Literally
do
doesn't.
revolve
Through
around
observation
us,
from
then-
Earth, we don't need to be in space to see this.
Okay, so how do you address the when they measured the cosmic microwave background that it showed the Earth being in the center of the whole universe?
No, the Earth is the cosmic microwave is atmospheric moisture.
Tell them how they got
That's
it
water.
wrong, Grim. Tell
From
them
the
how they
Big
got it
Bang.
wrong.
That's atmospheric moisture.
you go.
That's radiation. Water absorbs radiation. You know this because you can stick water in a microwave and it will get hot.
Right, but Grim, we're not here to argue the.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain
models,
something.
though. But go on though. Yeah, you're
They're
right.
taking from their equipment here on Earth this bullshit background radiation checks to tell you that the Big Bang exists. And I'm not saying that exists. I'm saying that's bullshit, the Big Bang, right? And that the background radiation that they're seeing is actually agua. It's radiation from water being emitted.
yeah,
And-
water above the
and there's a lot
firmament.
of water on this planet, so yeah, the sensors are going to be pretty high for that. The point being is one misinterpretation of data doesn't assert that a whole other realm of fantasy that has no other legs to stand on, other than it was started by the Tavistock institution. All the Freemasons and shit. The Flat Earth Society, check it out, man. Look where that shit came from. People who you really don't want to trust.
No one's
One
looking at
thing
flat
that-
Earth society.
One thing that we can look at that is on Earth would be Antarctica. To destroy this entire idea and this concept right now, not this very moment, obviously, because it would take time to explore the region. You send simple people that have
It's there.
this
There's-
willingness
there's-
for
there's
adventure.
cities in Antarctica.
Yeah, okay, but NASA is telling us that they're exploring and studying space. But so you have to believe them fully. You have to trust them fully. I'm talking about common people going to Antarctica, evading the whole pact agreement of making claim. I'm not trying to take claim on it. I want to go and see it. I want to make a journey. I don't care if it takes my life. Because at this point, it's like we need to start sending people over there that can actually come back and tell us the story, like I guess Admiral Byrd did or whatever.
This is the problem. With that, is we wind up we don't understand law. We don't understand the system. We don't understand the capacity with which we would want to do that. Would you want to send? I would, if I were to make a trip, I would send a notice to the UN or any member party to the Atlantic or the whatever treaty and set up agreements. We have to literally. We have to
Apply for a job. There's some jobs over there.
Yeah, but they're not gonna do. You're not gonna do what you want to do. That's the point.
Look,
we can disprove this by going to Antarctica. That's how we can disprove.
Okay,
this.
hold on, brother. Are you a U.S. citizen, Rio?
Yes.
Okay, right. You're not protected under the first 8 amendments to the federal Constitution. Did you know that? As a U.S.
Yep.
citizen?
Yeah, but I believe
right, but
that I'm part of the Republic. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Constitution's been.
Okay, my point is this though: is that we're so off base. Like, do you know that? Like, I mean, I'm not going to get into all this, but like, my point is that diplomatically, those kind of trips are another discussion as to how to possibly do that. But again, they're also a bit of a red herring for us. Because we can't, we're going to delve into, people are going to say we're nuts because of this Antarctic treaty and that we only go to one specific location. They got to hold your hand the whole fucking time and all that kind of stuff. And you're not really free to go because any citizen under these states are considered collateral. They could blow you out of the water, and it's not a problem for them. But if you set up an agreement with them and then said, hey, if you blow me out of the water, it's agreed my relatives can come sue you for this much money, that's another story.
Right. That's part of the problem, that we live under this establishment of the gang holds authority over us. But yeah.
Right. And I would recommend checking out the first hangout. I started it with the reading of Cooperative Federalism. I think in my particular, the way I look at it, we're playing this game wrong with them. But that's why, again, I don't want to get all into like, let's go storm the South. Because some of us aren't, I don't think that's a whole, in my estimates, it's a whole nother conversation needs to be had before anything like that happens.
My point is not, going back to the generalization of this, is like they could totally debunk this theory that we're having, or this idea that we're having, by simply going to Antarctica, allowing a team to go into Antarctica, a couple teams, several teams from different continents that are not militarized, that are not partisan, that are not partisan, that are.
That's what they say the Antarctic Treaty is.
What?
They say it's not militarized.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, yeah, like nobody's taking claim to it as far as like the United States. South America's not taking claim. China's not taking claim because they agreed not to take claim on it. But why did they choose not to do that? Well, and that's what I'm just trying to say, is that we can determine the actuality of flat to globe by going to Antarctica ourselves, type of thing. And I understand the politics behind it. It's just, that's a totally different game that they created for us to take part in, and the idea is to not take part into it. But that's a different discussion entirely.
Well, though, I agree with your notion, and this is something that I account with that movie, The Truman Show. They never stopped him from leaving. They never stopped him. No, we're good. They never stopped him from leaving. Like he got all the way to the wall. He got all the way to the wall, and then left. You can hear me?
No, he started in. Well, maybe it's just me, but he started.
It cut out a little bit, but no, I got the gist of it.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's just, I find it interesting that you're right, brother. Like, maybe you're right. Maybe we can go, but what for? What to? And if we don't, in my opinion, if we don't understand how to have diplomacy, what do you think is going to happen when we arrive and meet the people over there?
Well, okay. Well, I understand that. You encounter a different culture and environment, but I believe that the human heart is something that people dwell into. Not everyone, and I don't know who they are over that side. But this is again going back to my point of, I don't care to what end this goes to, whether it goes to my demise or something else, or whoever goes over there. But yeah, having diplomatic procedures going in to discuss with these people. I mean, just going over there open-minded, open-hearted.
That understanding of contracting with these people, and the idea that and this is something I have no faith in, zero motherfuckers to go over there and represent my fucking concerns, because I think most motherfuckers are like, in law, a human is considered a monster. It's kind of apropos that Animal Planet puts surprisingly human. Because a human is a monster that has no rights, and there's a difference between a human and a man. A human is like hue is a prefix, like unto.
I think it was wasn't it person that's they use?
No, dude, the person's a corporation. I could break this shit down.
Okay, yeah, all right, yeah, that's right.
Trust me, man. This is like kind of what made me so adamant on the acceptance of the paradigm shift, because that paradigm shift has, with studying law, you have to have this paradigm shift, but. There is this I think once we understand what the system is, then we can deal with it. We don't understand it at this point. We don't even know. It's like talking to an alien. Like, we have no clue how to operate the system. And I think if we don't understand contracts, we're not going to be any good anywhere. We're not good anywhere. We can't even discuss flat Earth, like, civilized and get through all these conversations and stuff. Imagine if we meet some other people. And that's where. But I agree, though. They never stopped him, man. You could go, but it's damn cold. And
that's right. I got winter gear, man. I'm from up north in the States, so I know what's going on.
I'm rooting for you, man. I'm rooting for you. I'm just saying, like, I think it's such an in-depth endeavor. And I think we're also facing a philosophical mountain in the sense of, can we get this into academia? Do we even want to? Or should we just fucking say fuck it and go? Because if you go, you might as well just give up on everyone else then, right?
Yeah, that's basically what's going to happen.
Right, but that's going to be like, everyone feels like that. And that's why I think it's after studying law as much as I have, as crazy as it may sound, I almost feel like the system that's set up is almost the only way that it could ever, like it's evolved into this system that is almost at a sign of perfection, but we're using it wrong. And that's
Actually, if I could just ask you a quick question, did you say that you'd studied law? Was that a yes?
You cut out, Issa. Issa, you cut out at the beginning of the sentence. Can't hear you no more.
Really? Can't hear me anymore?
Oh, no, we can now.
All right, cool. Yeah, no, it's probably my headphones. They suck. I've studied law, but informally. I'll put it that way.
Okay, I was just wondering because that's an interest of mine, that's all. Carry on.
That's why I started off this reading with the cooperative federalism, because understanding law is something really dear to me. In fact, if you're from Britain, I've often said to the British brethren that you should look into the American law, like Title 8.
The definition of monster originally was one not of royal descent.
Oh, what do you?
So if you weren't of royal descent, then you were considered a monster.
Interesting. Yeah, if you're anyone now, we're at the point where it's what you define yourself as. But shoot, the point I was trying to make escapes me.
You were telling him to look into U.S. law.
Oh yes, if you look from Britain, if you look up into U.S. law, like Title 18, Section 242, and you learn all this stuff, or the color of law, or the operating under the color, you get the lingo that you could use in contracting, because Britain doesn't have a written constitution. So therefore, what some people see that as a deprivation of rights, I actually see it as you almost have an unlimited right to contract, because there is no set standard on the thing. Right. So you have the ability. Hey, you want my name? Sure. It's just $10,000. What's your name and where's your identification and how much are you gonna, when can you pay me?
To be honest, as an English guy, the fact that we don't have a written constitution, to me, the way I interpret that is that the authorities have the power to control us, absolutely. Whereas at least you have written stuff that the citizens can say, hey, these are my rights. You can't infiltrate them, or you can't destroy them.
Well, what I'm proposing though is that you could use the lingo that's been made visible by the American
you got
system.
A fighting chance. You can actually take them to court.
But over here we can definitely do it. Over here, I mean, I've stood before judges and gotten exactly what I wanted before. So the thing is that, when people tell me with this naysaying, oh, it's just whatever, I call bullshit right away because I've seen it and done it. And so when I look at it, like if you were to take these ideas, take them over to, if you were to use the language, like I propose, like, hey, if someone pulls me over, well, forgive me, what's the emergency? Oh, you were speeding. Well, is it a crime to speed? No. Oh, excuse me. Well, then are you not operating under the color of law by creating an emergency stop on the side of the road without probable cause of a crime having been committed?
And I understand that argument. Most cops will tell you that, yes, it is a crime to speed, though.
Yeah, no, I've had them say yes and no to me, Graham. I've talked to so many cops on the side of the road, it's ridiculous. But I'm not trying to I'm not even like trying
I didn't get the ticket, though.
Oh, that's what's up. The point is, I'm not trying to debate.
But he acted like he could have gave it to me.
Yeah. All right. The thing is, like, that if we understood this rigmarole and had faith in ourselves and really who we are, I think we can. And I propose all the way to this point, the flat earth economic program I'm saying is wake everyone up, realize that you're not a U.S. citizen, you're the creditor or whatever, anything under the IMF. You get this certificate, you're the main creditor. The reason our nation's debts are going sky high is because the creditors are nowhere to be found. The United States in particular owes the people, but the people need to be able to, they're coming to the U.S. as a U.S. citizen, not as one of the people. So that capacity, I might come in as a priority security interest holder, having a priority security interest in the collateral, and use the UCC, the commercial code of the state, or the uniform commercial code of the state to make my points. Instead of being all fanciful and being all, this old school, whatever, I say dress it up in the uniform commercial code, know who we are, and operate it accordingly. But I can't even have that conversations until people believe they even have a shot to win.
Well, why do you think they don't teach the law in school?
I don't care because the children that go to school, their public education are fodder, and the only intelligent.
That's what I'm saying.
The only intelligent, that's to rely on another man to raise your child, and I would dare say that that's ignorance and damn right a sin, because if you're going to let them raise your children And then what do you expect? They're always going to look for somebody else to teach them. They're never going to go to you. They're always going to have a rebellious adolescent years because you don't know any better.
Just
and
out of habit, out of, you know.
Right, and you never listened to them when they begged you for it. And so we have a nation of adults that don't know their parents and never learned anything from their fathers. We've been sold a silent...
Dude, we're on our 4th generation of that.
It's a nanny state.
Yeah, well, look at it like this. They gave us the strong, silent man so that he would never teach his kids. The strong, silent type never fucking opens up to anybody, so he never relays the message of his fathers. Never mind the 2 world wars that decimated the people that would have known.
Well, that emotional feminine motherfucking dad wasn't very good either.
But I'm proposing we can discharge all, like, if you look, these countries owe the people, and they owe us with interest. But we're over here thinking we're the U.S. citizen, or the citizen of whatever the fuck. When in reality, like Descartes said, he who thinks, you know, like, I think, therefore I am, which means that he who does not think is not. And there's like even now the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, there shall be no involuntary servitude, implying that there is voluntary servitude. Every time someone says, hey, are you a U.S. citizen? Yeah. Okay, well, you just fucking did yourself in. And he was like, what? Why didn't anyone teach me? Oh, well, you're a beneficiary to a trust, and you're a beneficiary, and you don't have to know all the indentures of the trust.
Are you a U.S. citizen, or have you gone the sovereign identity route?
Well, no man could be sovereign under God, right?
Okay.
So
so you brought up God. So you're studying law. So we have man's laws that control, human beings, or human law that control human beings. So I mean that might be part of the problem with what we're facing, is that we're not paying heed to creation's law. That is like instilled within us.
Look at it like this, bro. You were talking about the military before, about how they shit test you and break you down, and the whole time or whatever that you be in there, they're telling you don't belong. Well, you go to court, right? And it says, in God we trust, in the wall. And then they ask you to put your hand on the Bible, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And if you do that, you've proven in a church-sanctioned room that you've never read the Bible, because the Bible says, swear not by heaven or by earth. So if you come in and you swear in a church, in a room that says, in God we trust, on the wall, they know not to believe a damn thing you say.
Very interesting.
You've already lied about the fact that you said you're going to tell the truth, in front of God, and you didn't even read the fucking Bible.
Assuming you are religious.
I don't give a fuck. It's not my fault. That's why
you couldn't.
It's not religious, really. It's
you can't just act upon me as if I'm taking a religious mistake, even though I'm not even religious.
You got put on. Check it out. The Bible was served.
See what I'm saying, though?
I don't know. I understand. That's why I fight
the Bible all day long if I don't believe in the Bible, right? And that wouldn't be any cross against my religion, would it?
Right, but it doesn't mean that that's not what they believe. And if you want to figure out the system, we're trying to figure out what they believe. I'm not trying to argue some alternative theory about what could and should be. I'm talking about what the fuck they're proposing.
No, I'm just thinking out loud. Like, to me, that's not something that,
Of course, that's why I learned this shit, dude.
Rational to it,
That's why I learned any of this shit. I was like, wait a minute, you're trying to, don't tell me. My number one rule is don't tell me what to do.
It's almost like, for me, looking at it, it would be like looking at it from a very narrow perspective.
Look, man, the thing is that we're dealing with it. Like, how about this? Most people aren't aware of this, okay? In 1215, the Pope got an interest into everything that the crown would possess and did possess. That's by King John. The Pope also nullified the Magna Carta. The United States lost the Revolutionary War, as evidenced by the Treaty of Paris, where the king titles himself the King of the United States. And U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the Constitution. And we're operating under that capacity, not recognizing...
You forgot one thing. And the Queen has amended U.S. Social Security in 1992 as cool, but it's irrelevant to the idea that the Bible has been... Like, when the Pope took that interest, right, he sent the mission... Statement.
Okay, you're the winner. The Pope sent... I'm the worst. The missionaries went out on behest of the Pope to serve the people... legally serve them. We think it's some spiritual reference that they legally served the people, and now everyone's been put on notice as to regards to what it is. That's why they call Christ the offer. It's contracts. We've been reading it wrong. And the Bible, and I think I could go on and on and on and on and on about this, but
can I just say, Isa?
Yeah,
I agree with everything you've just been saying. everything.
Awesome, bro. Yeah, man. This is what I'm saying. Flat Earth's economic proposal is. Shit, I want a grant to teach motherfuckers how to do it. How about that? You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, I'm like, hey, look, because the thing is that we don't have an alternative to collateralizing of space. They will never give us flat Earth until we've got an answer for that.
So what is your proposal?
Discharge all the liability. We could raise the value of all of our currencies. We're over here stuck thinking that this shit is like in China and that NATO's going to come in any fucking minute, because and I'll tell you what, it very well could happen like that if people want to get human rights. If people are going to fight for human rights and think the Constitution's no good, then they're throwing out everything that protects and preserves their freedom. Humans are monsters. You don't want human rights. I want rights of man. And my proposal is that we learn how to recognize the U.S. It's like this: you as a child gave like, let's say somebody, two people give me a car, one guy gives me a car, another guy gives me a car. I give them $1 ESA dollar and tell them they owe me $1 ESA dollar and 25 cents next year, but I never print the 50 cents, right, guys? We all know this story. So the thing is that, so I never print the 50 cents. Next year, one guy comes with the $1.25 and the other guy comes 25 cents short, right? Or whatever, he's short. This guy has it and this guy doesn't. Forgive me. And so now I know that if this guy came correct, he's a thief. And if this guy came without it, he's going to be telling me some story about how somebody else owes him. And I know he's a liar.
Yeah. So the only way one guy can prosper is by the
listen, man.
demise of another.
I'm not done. And that's what we're living through right now.
Just like last time.
You're on point, brother. You're on point, because that's exactly what we're living under right now. But the next step is that what we need to understand is that we gave them a car. So instead of that, we could write on a piece of paper, hey, I'll pay you this much money. What do you call it? When you pay me back for the car. Until then, I'm keeping the cash.
Yeah, so exactly. They took your commodity. Now they have physical stuff through.
Well, no, they didn't take any. Well, it's about this. Is that it's an agreement. It's back and forth. And what we need to learn to do is say, hey, I'm cool with, instead of looking at this as something where we could. How can you pay a debt with a debt? You can't. The only thing valuable are bonds. Actually, Judith Shapiro wrote a thing in the New Yorker called the Sheetar, and it's the idea that only bonds can pay a bond. And we gave in a bond, the birth certificate, because it's an indented deed. And the only way to discharge it is for the U.S. citizen. So when the U.S. citizen makes an expense, the only way to come in is say, hey, knock it off what you owe me. But if you're operating as the U.S. citizen, they don't owe the U.S. citizen. They owe the creditor, the nameless. How could I even have a name? And where do I live? How could I live anywhere but in my body? Like, that's a technical fact. And we think so little of it. We think of it as some psychedelic experience. But in reality, you can't live anywhere but in your body, dude. And it becomes ultimately psychedelic. And it's like, if we're going to go flat earth psychedelica, well, then you better go 100%, motherfucker. Because the proposal that we're offering, if we want to get taken seriously in academia, has got to be accompanied by something to handle the fact that we cannot collateralize space.
Well, why would you think that would be the argument anyway?
It's already happening.
That's the system, man. So that's why they go to war, so they can establish a line of debt, so they can establish more money to be printed, and that's how they do it, brother. But at the same time, their accounting is almost meaningless, because it's like it all goes back to the Vatican. The Vatican's like, whatever. It's numbers in a computer ultimately, but we're over here slaving for it. And
they like scarcity. So if they could establish scarcity, then there's
that accompanies it. That's why they got to go to space to get the silver from the fucking asteroid number 69700 Neil deGrasse. You know what I mean? It's like they're going to try to monetize that whole thing, and we're taking that whole thunder out of them. And in the process, it's like we're facing almost annihilation or fucking paradise. Because how cool would it be if you could pay for a mansion with a signature and a couple of letters and an agreement with the CFO of the bank that you're working with?
Well, so I'm confused. Is your flat Earth have space?
I'm not worried about a model yet. Why would you think I have a model?
I was asking.
That's all good.
You have a clear dislike for the idea of the sphere. So
No,
I would imagine that to be able to discredit the sphere, you'd have had something to do it with.
Right, but that puts me in a position I can't argue from because we have no solid. That's not the. I've said this from the gate, though, brother. Is that this is about we're showing the chinks. Either when you talk about this, you're either trying to put chinks in the armor of the establishment, or you're trying to measure the visible universe. And we don't have the funds to measure the visible universe yet, so we need to just first things first. That's how I'm looking at it. But I think this economic issue, that kind of conversation is something that people like. Look at it like this: they've got us so afraid of the court system, and imagine if it's the only place that you could actually get your victory. They've got it. I mean, it's like again. Forgive me, damn it. It's like again they win. You know, in that sense, man. Forgive me.
Learn helplessness, right? Like in the experiment with the dog and the electrification of the floor, the small net that any one of the dogs could have jumped over to get to the non-electrified floor. They at first electrified both sides of the floor, and then they stopped electrifying the other side of the floor, but the dogs gave up and they quit trying to jump over the fence because they thought for sure it's electrified there too, and they lay down, felt there was nothing they could do, and stayed with their electric shock. It's called learned helplessness, and humans get it too. When you start thinking that, you know, these situations are also grandiose, like he's saying about the court system, or we could take it a step further, practically up to like aliens. If some interdimensional being is controlling all of this, then what could I possibly do about it? So that would benefit them to make you to have some people thinking in that. Gods, well, if it's some all-knowing God who has a master plan, and what is there for me to do about any of this? You know, and that learned helplessness, and we all lay down on our little electrified floors and bzz, bzz, bzz.
Forgive me, brother. I'm just handling one thing. I'll be right back.
Bzz.
Bzz. Actually, Jeremy, I was curious. What's your studies on some of this stuff, or like where have you read or any of that? Or Jeremy, I keep calling it.
I was like, who's Jeremy?
Yeah, I know. Forgive me, brother. Anthony.
Sorry, I missed the second half of the question. What's my studies on what?
I think you just said general background about you.
Oh, more so about law. I was just curious if you'd study. You said you're interested in it.
Yeah, that's not a conversation I want to do in public. I just don't want to answer that in public.
Oh, yo,
I'm interested.
I have my mic muted. I hear you, brother.
I'm just interested in the alternative perception of the law that Isa was describing. It's like it resonates massively with me, and I don't disagree with anything he said. Everything he says is exactly the way it should be. It just isn't that way, and it's just wrong.
Yeah, and but that's the thing is to look through. There's a saying, you know. Have you ever heard of Ambrose Bierce?
No.
He wrote the Devil's Dictionary, and he wrote. There's a poem in that, and it's called from the character he made up called the Gaskalaska Jake, and it says, "Once Law was sitting on the bench, and Mercy knelt a weeping. Clear out," he cried, "disordered wench, nor come before me creeping. Upon your knees, if you appear, 'tis plain you have no standing here." Then Justice came, his honor cried, "Your status, devil sees you." "Amicus curiae," she replied, "friend of the court, so please you." "Begone," he shouted, "there's the door. I never saw your face before." So the point is, when you go to court, you've got to leave out mercy, you've got to leave out morality, you've got to leave out somebody and they're your friend. Like this is like courts are. It's like when we're looking into this thing, and I've talked about this before. Morally, I understand what people are thinking when I'm talking about this stuff, but the system technically is actually complete and whole. It is an evolutionary wonder, in my opinion, really, and we're just doing it wrong. And my other, to follow that along.
Could I introduce a diversion for a sec? There's a conversation going on in chat at the moment about Samuel Rowbotham's Bedford level experiment from yesteryear. Big L just says, Big L brought it up in chat, and then somebody said, go and check Charlie says, go and look at how Wallace demonstrated that Rowbotham was wrong. Charlie, if you look into what happened with the Wallace debunk, you'll realize that Wallace had to give the money back. Although he won it initially, the courts decided that the bet was void from the start, and Wallace had to return the money. Wallace claimed a victory to which he was not entitled. And Charlie, you should look into that, because that was the topic of debate between myself and Sean Hufford most recently, a copy of which you could find on my channel. But Wallace claimed a victory to which he wasn't deserved. And as far as I'm aware, unless anybody can correct me, the Bedford level experiment has never been debunked since. It's still considered to be correct. It's on that.
Nice. Yeah, it's. I mean, I think we've really actually covered quite a bit of ground last night and tonight or today, and really, I'm happy. I feel like we really did break some ground with Jem earlier too, with talking about this idea of curvature in the boats. I think whatever our strong points are in this argument, I think if we simplify them and we introduce them in a way and don't cloud, if we collectively almost don't cloud it with these other subjects or too many of them, I think we have a shot. But once we start getting into conjecture too far, it's crazy. But Rowbotham, yeah, very.
Yeah, I mean, the story goes that Rowbotham was debunked by Wallace, but if you read into more into Wallace, yeah, he claimed a victory.
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah.
Rob wasn't debunked. He claimed a victory to which he wasn't actually entitled to, and it ended up in courts, and the courts decided that the bet from the start was void because of a technical thing over the criteria of a bet. You have to have a license and stuff like that. But nonetheless, Rowbotham's experiment wasn't debunked by Wallace, even though he claimed it was. And if you look into what happened after the Wallace claim of victory, there's numerous evidence and articles created by other people that were there that witnessed the same event that discredited Wallace's claim for victory. And as far as I can tell, Rowbotham's experiment has never been debunked. I'm open to suggestion or evidence to the contrary, but nobody's debunked him, even though Wallace has been cited. Wallace didn't debunk him. He claimed that he did, but so many people rejected his claim for victory that there was numerous articles written about him that shows that Wallace he wasn't lying. He was interpreting the evidence to support his premise, and a lot of people didn't agree with him.
This guy's been calling you a liar in the chat for the last hour, but won't say why. Like, can you?
Well, I don't know why he's calling me a liar.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's not even.
I do have my
make your point, man.
Who's calling you a liar though? I'm missing. I'm not looking at
this dude who's going ape shit in the chat. I'm just trying to figure out why he won't make his point. Negator.
Oh no, that's Neg. It's another stone wall.
Oh no.
It's all good, man. He's another. I mean, I tell you, he's another great sounding board for those of us who would try to argue against the ballers. But go on, brother.
Charlie, the courts did not decide that Wallace was right. The courts decided that the bet was void from the start, and Wallace had to return the money. Immediately, there was a response of £1,000 for anybody that could repeat the experiment the way Rowbotham did, and it was never done. Apparently, there were 3 attempts to do it, and they never repeated the experiment with the results to anything different to what Rowbotham had. So, I mean, there's loads of to and fro over the exact interpretation that Wallace took and how credible it was. And as far as I can tell, no one's debunked the original Rowbotham experiment, and Wallace was discredited as a claim of victory. Although I am interested, if anybody's got evidence to the contrary, contact me, because I'm dying to know more, because there is no real evidence. It was such a long time ago, and it was a lot of the manuscripts or the reports of it don't exist anymore. So a lot of it's hearsay, and the problem with hearsay evidence is it's just a story. But if anybody can elaborate further, Wallace, yeah, his claim for victory was discredited, and the money had to go back in the end through the courts anyway. So the Wallace thing, that's not credible science. It's discredited.
Yeah.
Negator, if you think you've got evidence to the contrary, please provide it, because I am genuinely interested. I'm not trying to fight with you. I just want to know what the if anybody's debunked Robotham, I want to know, because it was a debate that I had recently, and as far as I can tell, nobody's done it.
Yeah, I know. What was it? Didn't a couple of Antonio and those guys, they went to try to do it, but it was too. The weather wasn't permitting.
And I think that the canal had become overgrown and disbanded. Which
That's what it was.
Yeah, which I find unbelievable, because we have a Canal and Rivers Authority in the UK that do exactly that job, and it's interesting that that particular stretch was neglected. And it's like, really? It's a contentious stretch of the canalways, and they've let it fall into a state of disarray.
Right, and it's a historical. Like, you'd think they'd like. Well, I guess maybe not, but
Negator, giving the money back doesn't mean Wallace was wrong. No, that's correct. He did have to give the money back because the bet was void from the start. That was the reason why he had to give the money back. But the issue was he claimed a victory to which he was not entitled, because it was over his interpretation of the results. And Robotham has still never been debunked since. So unless, Negator, you've got some evidence that goes beyond Wallace debunking Robotham,
he'll come in with some science about how this Earth's curvature.
Wallace didn't debunk Robotham. Wallace provided an argument, but it was discredited by God knows how many other people thereafter. But if anything did go on beyond Wallace, let me know, because that was the contentious point that I had recently. Charlie, the bet was voided because it didn't satisfy the. Basically, it was because the bet was not under a license. Under UK law, you have to have a license for a bet to be valid, and now it was a gentleman's agreement, and it's UK law that gentleman's agreements are not considered binding between either party. So unless it's done under a license, and in this case, it wasn't done under license, therefore the bet was void, and Wallace did return the money. So I accept that's not acceptance of any form of like credit worthiness of the results, but nonetheless, it was still void from the start. And as far as I can tell, nobody has done it since. But like I say, if anybody knows anything beyond Wallace, let me know, because I'm genuinely interested.
All they know is you're wrong.
I think the issue is nobody really knows what happened, because it's all hearsay. There's no real evidence.
Well, that's like we were saying before. It's like, yo, I just want a notarized fucking document.
Yeah. I want to go back and repeat the experiment.
Yeah, well, that too. But yeah, I mean, but the legal side of it, it can work for and against. It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm too tired.
So you said the legal side of, like, let's say proving the Challenger blew up. If we can't provide evidence for whether or not, they actually boarded the shuttle, or any kind of remnants, right? Say we don't have any evidence. Can we at all? We can't make a judgment based on pure testimony, can we? Just interviewing their families and say, oh, what's your take? You can't win a case on pure testimonies.
Well, the
right?
problem is that they wouldn't be party. Like, here's the real issue: is that the courts are to air, redress of grievances. Now, if you had that paperwork, it could be just like as someone who's legally minded, I can argue either case. Like, you know what I mean? I could argue for either that they did or they didn't, or I could raise reasonable doubt, and you could create, you know what I mean? Like all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, the reason why court is so eloquent is that you finally come to a head with it, where there's a decision. Where this is like, I don't know. It's asking everybody to make a decision, and you can't do that. They have to consider it for themselves, But it could be made on either side of that case. But who's like, if you had the test,
you can't just make a whole judgment just on testimonies.
Of course.
If all the evidence gets thrown out.
Well, the testimony, it depends. If it would be admissible if it was under notary seal, and it would be, but then. It would have to corroborate certain ideas, and you would have to have evidence. But that's, depends on how you're handling the matter.
So let's say NASA scale, and, well, like you said, compartmentalization, they can probably have them all corroborate on the same story. Otherwise, if you took it to the top level, people, they're lying, you can't.
Yeah, it's more like this: is that their plausible deniability is that no one knows the whole thing, and if they do, And if they were the head of an agency that, let's say, was the people that decided that issue, that person who's the head of that whatever probably didn't even do the experiments that he's expounding upon. He's just got the he's dealing with an apparatus of his team of people, and he's considered the figurehead of it, and for all intents and purposes, it. That's why I said I doubt you'd be able to get him to sign under notary seal because he didn't do the experiments himself. He doesn't actually have the firsthand knowledge. He's relying on that compartmentalization to make his, so he couldn't come under notary seal to do it. But in regards to, like, let's say, if you had a testimony from, or, some kind of, like, what you were saying, from, like, family members and stuff,
Mhm.
It could be deemed inadmissible as hearsay. And it really depends. It depends what your claim is, first off.
Right.
What's the claim? Because that would be like, I've proposed, like, hey, you could write a letter to NASA and say, hey, look, I spent like 30 years of my life thinking I lived on a ball, found out you're lying. Respond under notary seal, proving that you're not lying, or else it's agreed you owe me this much money.
Please do that. Please do that. Let's just see.
Well, I thought like this. I thought, hey, if you were an astrophysicist and you're fucking still paying that student loan, there you go.
Yeah, man. I mean, please just do that. Let's see.
I'm saying this isn't legal advice or anything. You know the deal.
Yeah.
No, you can't spit too much truth. They're gonna shut you down.
No, it's just, I'm not licensed by the state to tell U.S. citizens what they can or cannot do. I'm not licensed by the state to tell anyone what they could or cannot do. So, you know what I mean? That's why, it's something where I've always refrained from actually providing any real solutions that I have, because I don't want to get, people saying, that, oh, well, you said do this. Well, no, motherfucker, you didn't listen to fucking the 10 hours beforehand. Because this shit ain't like, this isn't like something like, okay, I'm going to study this weekend and then I'm going to be free. It's not like that, man. It's like playing the piano or something. It's like an instrument. Like, it takes years of practice, the nuance, the subtleties. I can tell where someone's at in their studies if I ask them what they think of government. I can tell right away who they're like. Almost like I could probably be like, "Are you studying this guy?"
The government are criminals.
Well, see, that's again like that's where you're coming from, the sovereign perspective, probably about that. Well, you see what I'm saying? Well, I could say that you're coming from that free man on the land mentality.
No, I'm coming from. Well, I'm not. I'm coming from a totally different perspective.
Oh, forgive me.
I said just add me to Skype later. I'll talk to you privately about stuff because we have common interests.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. You don't want to talk about it. Yeah, like, respect, dude. I would actually even, I will do that, man. I'll look for
good
maybe, yeah. I would like even, we should link before all this, finishes up. I definitely think though,
Charlie.
Go on, brother.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Charlie, the bet was voided originally, but the results still stand. It's the results that are contentious. Like I said, Wallace claimed a victory to which other people said he wasn't entitled to claim. That's the problem. And what I was asking for was the evidence that goes both ways to show whatever happened after Wallace, because as far as I can see, Rowbotham's experiment was repeated 3 times, and every single time they didn't get contradictory results. So that's why I'm asking, does anybody have anything that goes beyond that evidentially? Because if they do, I'd like to know, because that was a bone of contention I had recently. That's all. That's as far as it goes, because all the evidence reciting what happened post Wallace getting the money returned or returning the money, a lot of the evidence is hearsay because it's reported in like 1996 and stuff like that. It's not empirical from the time. That's all I'm saying. Wallace got contradictory results. No, the results that were obtained were, the problem is Wallace got the results right, and neither party had interpreted the possible results the way Wallace got it. So they were open to interpretation. Which way does it go? And the problem was Wallace interpreted it based on his bias. Other people said, no, the neutral position is this. But Wallace claimed victory and kept the money. And the problem was the judge that had hold of the money gave the money to Wallace, therefore authenticating his claim. But that decision to give him the money was the problem because, yes, arguably. But
well, no, you know what it does though. Here, check it out. Just in as much as this. Is that like if they're they're going to propose that him paying that debt is evidence that they may have lied, right?
Well, what happened was they had a judge.
Or not may have lied, but no, it was a technical matter because of the lack of a license. But the point is that
hang on, there was a judge that held the money on trust for the one that won. So basically they both put the money into the pot. The judge held it, and then the judge decided who won. Now, what happened was the results created didn't get a position that either party had anticipated, but Wallace claimed the victory. Problem was, the other guy, can't remember his name, said that that's consistent with a flat Earth, and there was no discussion about it. But Wallace claimed the victory and got the money. So the judge gave him the money, arguably prematurely, and because he did that, it just all erupted, and there was a massive disagreement, and it all went seriously crazy and got out of hand. The courts did get involved, and they said rather than siding one way or the other on the merits of the case, they said that the bet was void from the start. Give the money back for that reason. But they never decided on the interpretation of the results from a scientific point of view. Hence the reason why it was then repeated 3 further times, and they never got the results either way that showed anything. So, and then it kind of by time then kind of allowed it to diffuse itself, and people lost interest in it because it was undecided either way. It was ambiguous. But it's really interesting. It's a really interesting case, because I'd love to know more about like could we repeat that experiment? Would we get the same results? And if we did get the same results, how would it be interpreted? Anybody in England, we should hook together and kind of do that. But then again, the canal itself now is in a state of disrepair. There's overgrown bushes and stuff, so I don't think we'll be able to do that easily unless we had a mass clean out of the canal over 6 miles is a lot to play with. But
well, yeah, you know what you could do though is you go to you go to the place and you say, hey, you propose, like, you know, your like make it like a public thing, and you're like, hey, we need these brushed back.
Yeah, Anthony, they did decide that Wallace was right. It's not ambiguous. No, Wallace decided that Wallace was right. The judge that was holding the money on trust gave the money to Wallace, and then Charlie, look at what happened after Wallace got his money back. With me, but if you can find evidence that supports your position, please provide it. But the reality is, Wallace claimed a victory to which he wasn't entitled. He got given the money. Everybody started jumping over Wallace. It ended up in court. That's the facts. It was inconclusive what happened, and as far as I can see, nobody debunked the original Robotham experiment. Wallace claimed a victory to which he wasn't entitled. The courts gave him the money back because the bet from the start was void because it wasn't done under license. And the overall the original issue in contention was they never got it sorted, as far as I can see, unless there's evidence that goes beyond what we know already.
Whatever you got people pissed off. I don't know why this is upsetting.
No. Look, guys. How long you guys been on the scene out here? Like, you know, or I don't even whatever. It doesn't matter. But there's just certain people that are rather contentious, and
it's crazy. But they go off on certain things. Like right now, this guy's talking about the Robotham experiment. Like whatever it is, it shouldn't make you this angry or angry at all. You know, just like okay, talk about it. If you have a point contrary to what he's saying, go ahead, say that. But like, to just quit attacking people, man. You guys,
hey guys, welcome to Flat Earth.
Have you noticed that people shoot the messenger rather than the message? I mean, I don't mind whichever way Robotham goes, but all I want to know is what goes beyond the Wallace argument, and how was it concluded, if it ever was, and is there anybody that's debunked the original Robotham experiment? Because it doesn't appear to be. Yet everybody claims Wallace did it, and he didn't. There was a massive argument from the end of it as a result of it, and no one seems to know what happened thereafter because it seemed to fizzle out and nothing happened. So all I'm saying is the message is Robotham still seems to be good law, as it were. Wallace isn't good law, even though he's cited by everybody to be good law. He's not credible witness. And all I'm saying is if it goes any further than that, let's see what that evidence is, because as far as I can see, Wallace was discredited, Robotham's experiment still stands, and it's never been disproven otherwise. So all I'm saying is if it goes beyond that, let me know, because that's what I'm looking into.
Exactly, that's the only thing I've ever read about it too, is what you said. So I didn't have anything to like add or say about that. I'm just curious as to why these guys are fighting it. So in the chat.
All Charlie's saying is that she's not angry or he's not angry. Anthony's just not right. Well, if I'm not right, tell me why I'm not right. Give me the pieces of the jigsaw that's missing so that I can put them back together myself, because I don't know the story. I just follow where the evidence takes me, and there doesn't seem to be any evidence once it goes beyond Wallace and the fallout that happened thereafter.
Oh, wait. Now I'm lying too, so never mind. I guess we all get it. What am I lying about? Like, what did I say? I said you guys were angry and talking shit in the chat.
You're better off. They have a line, you know, what is it? It's not that I don't want to call anyone trolls, but they do say don't feed the trolls. And now, granted, we've, Jeremy or Anthony, I keep calling Jeremy. Anthony's answered the question like fucking 30 times right now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's
So,
like,
I'm sick of hearing about robots, to be quite frank. But
Oh, come on. Robotson's a really good one to talk about.
the only reason I'm still listening is because it involves a court case, all right?
Yeah.
No.
And it's really sad that it went the way it did in the court, because I wanted them to really to deal with the merits of the case, but they dealt with the illegality of the event.
You got to know that what's court there to do? It's there to take the agreement between the parties. Do you know that a court could rule that it's a flat earth one day and then rule that it's a ball earth the other based on the merits of each individual case? It's not about, like, there is no collective truth even in court. There's only agreed upon matters, and what the courts do is they decide, they hear, like, the law of the land is that which hears before it condemns and then makes its decision, and the court is just making its decision. It's impartial, technically. That's why, civil court is a great example of that, because that's what this was. It was civil court, two men in an agreement, and yada yada. You wind up, the judge doesn't give a shit about the merits of the case, whether the earth is flat or what the measurements were. The idea. Did this guy agree? What did this guy agree to? What did this guy agree to? And seeing as they've both asked the court to decide, they're under the jurisdiction of all their laws. And that, if because you went to the court, now they're like, well, did you have a license? No? Well, then I can't rule on it. It's like me being like, if like, let's say I stole somebody's pot and then they try to sue me because I stole their pot, and the court goes, we can't hear cases about pot. Because the subject matter doesn't allow for it, because they can't rule on something that's considered illegal. Like in there, now granted that could be a different matter, seeing as we're moving ahead in that conversation, like, with Colorado and all this kind of shit. But like, you couldn't just like because they stole your illegal whatever, because your illegal whatever is illegal and therefore nullifies the merits of the case. So if he didn't have a license, they're going to ask the court to entertain the thing. He didn't have a license, the court has to immediately nullify it.
There are certain courts that do have legally binding precedents, but it's only in the higher courts. In the lower courts, they don't have precedents.
No, there's precedent. But what I'm saying is that you would have to put that precedent in your case if you were an attorney to bring it to court. You can't. The court isn't just going to assess that precedent and make it as a matter of fact. You are right. The only precedent. The only precedents I found is the rules of the game, and those are the 4 doors of offer and acceptance, which is everything's agreement. And so, what do you call it? It's acceptance, conditional acceptance. They're an honor. Then you have argument and silence, and they're in dishonor. Consider it now. Let's check it out. Speaking of consideration, just I'll make it to belabor the point. If I say to you, "Hey, what's your name?" and if you don't tell me in 5 seconds, I'm going to smack you in the mouth. You've got 4 doors. You could tell me your name, but you don't get any consideration for it. Or, conditional acceptance, which I'll come back to. Those are an honor. And then you have argument. You could say, I don't know you, you can't do that, and la-da-da-da-da. But that's not going to – is that going to stop the guy from counting? No. If you stay silent, the guy's going to keep counting. So the only alternative is the conditional acceptance. I'd be happy to tell you my name. The Bible says, agree with thine adversary quickly, lest you be brought before the way of the judge. So you have to, I agree with, I conditionally accept your offer on proof of claim that if you don't tell, or, I'd be happy to tell you my name so long as you could tell me your name in 2 seconds, or else I'm going to punch you in the mouth. That's a counter offer, and a counter offer has the legal effect of nullifying the original offer. That's right. But and those are the only real precedents of court protocol. The only thing that they're there to hear is what the 2 parties agreed to. And if the parties that are that are there don't assert their rights, then there's a maxim in law that he who fails to assert his rights has none. And also there's a maxim in law, he who does deny admits. So if you did, if you say no, that means yes. Like, think of a kid in a candy store. A kid puts some candy in his pocket. The owner says, "Do you put candy in your pocket?" And the kid says, "No." How's that going to work out? So he who does deny admits. And that's why when people say, "I do not consent," well, then you're going to get your windows cracked. You're going to get beat up. I do not consent ain't it, in my opinion. But this isn't legal advice or anything.
Nice disclaimer.
Yeah. So but yeah, man, those are the precedents I've found. But you are right, though. There's generally, you would have to take those precedents and put it into your brief as part of your offer. But we'll talk offline.
Sure.
Yeah, but there's like, it's freaking beautiful, dude. And then like, you look up the UCC 3603. Check this one out. When tender of payment has been made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument, and the tender of payment is either accepted or refused, there's discharge. So they say this is no good. It's just a napkin. Well, you accepted it. Whether you refuse it or you accept it, it's considered discharge because you're dealing with bankrupt entities all over the place. And a bankrupt entity has no lawful authority to demand payment. How about that? Or actually demand payment in any particular form. So I want to see the charging instrument, and you could possibly sign the back of the charging instrument, which would be called an endorsement, spelled with an I. Banker's execution, because you have the right to authorize the execution of funds or obligation, because the only money nowadays is obligations, and that's why they need to collateralize space.
Can I just can we have this one guy, woman? I don't know what it is.
Who, Neg?
Yeah, let him on the let it on the panel. Let that person on the panel.
Want to meet Neg?
Yep, bring him up. Her up.
Yeah, but
I don't know. And I just want to.
I
don't know.
Feeding the troll.
Hold on.
Yeah, let's just whatever. It's not going to benefit. It's probably not going to benefit that side. It's probably going to benefit us having him on. I'm just going to assume you're a boy. All right, so just bring him up. Let's see what's going on.
Hold on. Hold on.
Just make sure he brings evidence with him. Okay. Rhetoric.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to join.
Oh,
I'm trying to get Negator to the conversation. Hold on, because I can't post the link in chat for some reason. Let me see. I'll try again. Okay, yeah, Neg, hop on in.
I want
Step up to the mic.
I want to try to find one of these.
Is Neg here? Oh, no.
I'm still thinking about the Challenger. You guys start talking about some other shit.
Yeah.
I want to find like students of these, of a couple of these professors, and like I'd pay them. To. I want someone in their real life to step to them. Like if these people exist, I would. Just like, hey, remember when you blew up?
No, or you could just snag a DNA sample and, snatch the other DNA samples and.
Oh yeah, but where am I going to find the old DNA samples?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. It's just that footage, because I know someone said earlier that they saw it as a kid. I was watching that with my parents, I think, and yeah, when I watched that exact same footage now, including like the crowd reactions and stuff, it's really just it doesn't feel right, and that's me. I'm always skeptical of the stuff on TV. That's what brought me here. So like it's really not holding up. A lot of this stuff just aged really badly. Like these disasters and tragedies and stuff, like you go back and look at it, it's like, what's happening here? What are you guys showing me right now?
No, let me try to get Neg in here real quick. I'm over here.
Yeah, no, I'm just going on about the calendar while we wait for this guy.
Forgive me. Yeah, go on. He's let me see, add people. Okay, hold on. Negator.
And it doesn't help that like Trump tweeted about it on the 30-year anniversary or whatever. But we'll never forget our, brave astronauts or something.
Yo, I just added Neg to the call. I think I've never free channed before, guys. This is my first experience double free chanting at this time. So yeah, Neg is what do you call it? Yeah, Neg's a cool dude. I think he says he's got a Foucault pendulum in his backyard or something. He's fucking great.
Yes. So if our man's a swing.
That he can't.
He's awesome. Yeah. See, like that. Or go on, Sharon.
No, yeah, he's responding to you in chat.
Okay, I didn't see. Let me see. Hat free chanting. Yeah, it's called free chanting when you stay up too late and talk about the shape of the earth. Oh, is he at work? Okay, Neg's at work. Yeah, got it.
Man, he's still mad too. Like,
Just I can imagine hanging out with him. Neg, don't sweat it, brother. Freaking next time, man. Yeah, no, Neg is I mean, Neg is Neg, and the point is this, gentlemen. Like that's why I have maintained. You see it. I mean, right now I'm actually surprised. Hillbillies Hangout is about me. Or, you know, the title, like flat earthers hanging out with trolls. It's like, yo, I mean, I understand that. Like, it's cool, man. It's like, and I don't care, man. I love the hillbilly either way.
that's crazy. He just like it wasn't.
Well, yeah,
it wasn't
dude,
that serious. Like, why do people?
Welcome to flat Earth, bro. It's just the point is that people start banning people, and I don't want. I have a lot of friends. I've always had a lot of friends. And a lot of people.
Yeah, I was here for that, but that shit wasn't. I mean, it didn't seem like a.
No, it's just it's okay though. It's like, but my point is that when talking to like guys like Neg and stuff, like a lot of people really don't like Neg in the flat Earth community. I kind of have always sought to bridge the gap with these gentlemen, and I always treat them respectfully, and they've always treated me with respect. So I know, and it's in a weird way when I see everyone, when I see them going at each other, I don't know who started it. Do you feel me?
Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of having these chats because like.
Well, Neg will say, look.
How do you hate someone that you don't even know like that? Like we're on here, we're an avatar and you know a voice or some text. Like what? How are you having feelings towards these people? Like just take the information, share the information, and you know stay stable, man. I don't get why everyone's. It happens all the time. I see it here all the time too. I'm not saying you, but I mean, it's just that seems like the biggest distraction out of everything. Just having to moderate, like, oh, you guys don't, and then this guy's pissed, and then this guy isn't. Like, no one cares about that. Like, we don't need to be hating each other. If everyone's here, we're here for a reason. Like, we ended up on whatever channel somehow, so like you don't have to hate each other or it's useless, man.
Just looking back through the chat where Neg was commented about me, essentially he says that I was lying at all points. That's essentially his position, but yeah. I'm not lying. I'm asking what the evidence. I mean, I'm asking questions. I'm not saying it's one or the other. What I'm saying is, as far as I can tell, the money went back to Wallace had to give the money back, and it was never concluded one way or the other. And that's all I was saying. That's not lying. That's just asking the question. Does anybody know anything further than that? Lying.
That's what I was hearing, yeah.
Mm. Anthony, you were drawing conclusions. The conclusion was it was inconclusive because it was never concluded.
Hold on, wait a minute. Are you talking to, who are you talking to? Oh, Anthony, which one out there?
Me. Neg's talking to me in chat saying, Anthony, you were drawing conclusions. Well, the only conclusion I drew was that it didn't get concluded. And unless, does anybody know what happened after the Wallace fallout and anything thereafter? Did it get repeated any other way? I know there was a similar experiment done in America. It was sponsored by a company. I'm just trying to remember what the guy's flipping name was. He had an old canal that was no longer in use. But his conclusions were that we lived on a concave Earth, that the water concaved up. So we know that.
What's his name?
I can't remember.
Cyrus Teed, maybe. Cyrus Teed was one of the exponents, and I know you have LSC out here too, who expounds on that idea.
Is that where concave Earth comes from?
Cyrus Teed. Yeah, Cyrus Teed. That's where the concavity. They tried to do the experiment with putting the what is it called? It's really an odd name. It's like the rectilineator. And so it's they were putting these.
It wasn't done on a rectilinear. It was done in Chicago, I think it was done. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was a really good name. I can't remember his name. Right, I'll have to look it up. But it was around about that time. He did it in America, and he was trying to show that the Earth was curved. Results said that it was curved, but it weren't curving the way we expected it to curve. It curved the opposite way, so it kind of
it's the rectilineator. Yeah. Well, that's what they did use. They tried to put pipes in the ground, and then they found they thought it was measuring farther apart at the bottoms?
No, the one I'm referring to was definitely done on an old canal.
Oh,
I think it was done in Chicago.
Huh.
I'll give me a minute. Let me have a quick look up. Let's see if I can find where it was.
I never looked too much. I'm sure if LSC's out there, he's probably got it on the tip of his tongue right now.
Anybody in the chat know what the alternative discussion was? The alternative experiment was done in America. I can't remember what it was called.
The rectilinear?
No, it's a
not that
different
one.
experiment. Yeah, different.
Not that one. Okay, sorry about that.
That's the only one I've ever come across. So
Chicago's in Illinois, isn't it?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was done in Chicago, Illinois. That's all I can remember. Let me Google it. Give me a sec.
There, Stephen Christ said. Can't believe I just called him Stephen Christ.
Illinois drainage canal. Yo, Steve, who was the guy who did it though? Do you know?
He had a really cool first name.
Was his name Lord? Oh yeah, Tamarack mine shafts. That's what it is. Probably homeboy is all over that shit. So yo, actually, LSC, if you want in, brother? Give me a yes or no in the chat. Morrow, was that the guy's name? Is that it, or
You know his first name?
Morrow?
Or is he saying tomorrow?
No.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that too. I was wondering. I didn't know. I was like Morrow. I was like, is that an English name or German maybe?
On tomorrow.
Cool.
I'm just doing a search. Chicago Canal Experiment, Robotham. I'm just trying to find that guy's name. His first
the
name.
alternative guy in the Robotham experiment you're talking about.
Yeah, it was repeated in America, but it was funded by commerce, by big commerce, and he basically gave them it seems he gave them the results they wanted him to give because it was funded by them. But I mean, I'm not saying that's what actually happened, but that's what because he said that the water bent up rather than bent down, so concave rather than convex rather than concave.
Right. Have you seen that laser experiment that they did where like the laser bends up?
Ulysses, that's it. Ulysses Morrow, that's his name. Lord
So Morrow was the name.
Yeah, cool. Ulysses.
Right.
Nice.
Let me search that guy's name because that'll tell me more about it. Ulysses, isn't that a cool name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yo, I'm gonna put it in the chat just because I don't know which one is your account, LSC.
Yo, LSC was one of the first. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say flat Earth chats that I stumbled on, and it was just him telling everyone he was God, and he had a minion there doing his work too. You can imagine how weirded out I was. It was my first it was my first ever one of these things, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, what is any of this? And then I started understanding some of the characters.
Yeah, you start.
The first day was weird. The first day was super weird.
Yeah.
Forgive me, LSC.
For what? What'd you say?
Oh, nice. What's up, brother? How you doing, LSC? What's good, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Chilling, man. Yeah, if you want to lay it out on us on the.
No way.
Or I know.
I'm actually just uploading a video right now about the Tamarack mine shaft anomaly, because a couple months ago I had Charles from Flat Earth Math.
Yep.
We had a little discussion, and he was saying that was the only thing that he could think of that actually showed concavity to the Earth. And he said, I actually made a video about it three years ago. I just read an article, and to this day, it hasn't been debunked. It hasn't been reconducted. It's almost like they just want to sweep that under the rug.
Yeah.
Because what the experiment shows was that in Tamarack, Michigan, they have these mines, and they're like 4,250 feet deep and 4,250 feet apart, and they hung two piano wires all the way down with, I think there was 8-pound plumb bobs at the bottom of the piano wires, and they were expecting there to be a convergence at the bottom of the plumb bobs. However, to their surprise, the bobs diverged. They went the other way. It was like a 8.22 inch greater distance at the bottom of the bobs than they were at the top. And so if you extend that line, with trigonometry, you conclude that the center of the Earth where they converge is 4,000 miles up. instead of down. So it's a good.
Let me get this straight. They drilled 2 holes that were dead straight, and they expected them to converge at the central point.
Yeah.
And it went the opposite way.
It went the opposite way. And they thought, oh, maybe there's some kind of magnetic repulsion happening, so they put them in vats of oil. They scrutinized this. They couldn't figure out why they were diverging at the bottom. And I mean, we're talking about professors here, real, scientific individuals who couldn't figure it out. And so
what's the conclusion?
They left. Well, the Earth is concave. They just left scratching their heads. They just didn't know what to do. And so they couldn't conclude that, that there was any anomaly happening with the test. It was a very accurate sound test, and they're still showing divergence.
See, I love stuff that's erroneous or like anomalous, because it kind of makes you think, how can that go? And when you start thinking like that, that's when you start exploring alternatives that you would assume were sorted in the first place if you got consistent results. But when you get anomalous results, it makes you consider alternatives, and that's when you start getting into the realms of like pseudoscience, because it's difficult.
Well,
to prove anything.
What's good is that, and this is where like I have always respected you, LSC, is that I see you as a very like you have strong cases, like making the idea. You're either making the case against NASA, or you're making or you're going down a different road, right? So us all together collectively, we have an issue with this standard model. That is our, I'm sure like you have anomalous stuff that involve concavity that would suit well to help disturb the notion of the common, cosmology. And I think like for that, we have so much in common. You know what I mean? Like we have like, and I've always been interested in your ideas of concavity. I've always listened to them, and I love your fucking video with the model. I don't know if anyone hasn't out there to see it. I recommend looking at it. It's like, you want a model, bitch? There you go, man.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I got, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm saying it's just like, I'm looking at it like, yo, hey guys, there's a bad guy over there. While you're all arguing about your little, owing each other strawberries, it's like, yo, dude, the big bad wolf's right fucking there. And like, and I think we'd do so much so much better if we're more on the same page than not.
Yeah. I mean, you guys have been going at it for a couple of years now. There's nothing that's been resolved. It's
true.
Flat versus heliocentric spinner. So I mean, you gotta realize there's I don't know. The people that watch my content, they get it. They understand. It's just a matter of rolling out impossibilities and finding the only model that works, that there isn't any impossibilities. And so
my thing is that there's still like, in any model that anyone's going to propose, because we can't necessarily do certain things or dig wells ourselves like that. I'm sure we could with the time and the money, but like with that, like, we really are just, kicking the ball kind of thing,
Well, at the end of the last hangout, it kind of stopped abruptly, and Jeremy was talking about the heights, and people didn't understand scale, and they couldn't conceptualize the scale of the Earth, and that's why people can't see curve on the horizon, because the horizon's that big. Spurs Chemo said, well, why does Google Earth show curvature at 40,000 miles? And I can't get past that. The reality is that if their model is Google Earth and it shows curvature at 40,000 miles, yet weather balloon experiments show it at 120,000, that it's flat as a pancake, that kind of dismisses the whole concept of Google Earth being a credible source, because it doesn't match reality. But Jeremy was saying, well, there might be other reasons for that. And I was like, not really, because at 120,000 miles, that's like 3-4 times bigger than what you were at the beginning, where you're claiming there's curvature.
You're talking feet, right? Not miles.
Feet, yeah.
Sorry, feet. Yeah, sorry, misspoke. So if you're talking 40,000 feet with curvature and then 120,000 feet and there's none, that kind of shits all over the argument that the Google Earth does not match reality, therefore should not be considered to be correct. It's black and white for me. I can't see how we could dilute it and say, well, and I was typing away, me going, whoa, hang on a minute, because that's it's contradicting the evidence that you guys generally rely on. Against Jeremy was when he was talking about the rotation of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth. If you accept that the Earth spins, it means that you reject the 3 scientific models that were done by Michelson Morley, the Sagnac experiment, the George Airy experiment, That's empirical science. And people that argue that the Earth spins reject that by definition by quoting the NASA stuff. But aren't you meant to support the science and therefore say that the Earth doesn't spin because it's been tested and it's not been proven to be spinning? NASA's explanations, and it's like, hang on, you can't have it both ways.
Well, that's why I think we made a great case before with the idea that, okay, if that's your model, then we ain't seeing anything going over any horizon.
Yeah, that was it. You that was saying about the boats.
Yeah,
I agree entirely. You can't have the boats going over the horizon. I mean, to be fair, if you look at Jaron's argument with his hangout with Red's rhetoric, that was discussed in detail, and Jaron won. Some people think that Red's won, but Jaron won because he showed what actually happens with boats that don't go over the horizon.
Have you heard LSC talk about this?
Yeah,
No.
I got a video showing how refraction is actually going to obscure boats apparently going over the horizon.
And let's just discuss what refraction actually is, because the heliocentric model describes refraction as the bending of light from objects in the distance that then become visible. Effectively, they come closer. That's how you would see it working in real life. But if you look at the Skunk Bay footage, that shows what refraction really is, and it's literally the landscape that you see stretching and shrinking before your very eyes. That's refraction. Not what we're told about this.
I got to share the video I got of capturing that, but I will let LSC explain his because LSC. I mean, if you will, if you want to show a video, you're more than welcome to, brother. But you're really eloquent, so if you want to explain it.
Yeah, I can pull up a video.
Well, just show the Skunk Bay footage.
I will disagree with.
No. He's on another tip, brother. It's a whole nother level.
I will disagree with the heliocentric ballers or convexers, as I call them, because their definition of atmospheric refraction is not right. I mean, they'll show you a diagram like this is like from a point of view, and they'll extend like an arced line over a circle, and they're trying to tell you that that's why they can enhance their distance view because of the refraction. But actually, if atmospheric refraction was actually operating, if you were standing on a ball, it would actually limit your distance. It wouldn't extend it. It would actually cause you to see less.
Well, it would actually go both ways, wouldn't it? Because their argument is that when you're looking into less dense air, which is essentially what the refraction argument is, but that means also when you look into more dense air, it goes the opposite way. So things that should be below the horizon come into the horizon, but also things that are in front of the horizon then should drop behind it when you're against the pressures and the temperatures and stuff.
Well, you think of just, I have a video where I just hold up like a pair of sunglasses. Obviously, in the lens of the sunglass, you have a convex side and you have a concave side.
Yeah.
If you hold up the concave side, so it's facing you as if the sky was like a concave dome over you, that would actually push the sun downward. And they will tell you that we see the sun, due to atmospheric refraction, rise 2 minutes before it actually rises because of the so-called atmospheric refraction. However, if you're on a ball, or even if you're on a flat surface with a concave dome over your head, that's going to push that sun down. It's not going to raise it up. And so I point out that impossibility. But if you understand that you're actually inside a concave Earth, and there's actually a glass firmament above, a glass sphere, and the refraction that is at play, it's actually extending your horizon. It's basically taking longer to rise up to the center. Somebody's at the door. I got to go get it. Hold on 1 second.
If anybody can pull up the Skunk Bay footage that Jaron relied on when he was debating Red's rhetoric over refraction and the boats, that kind of tells you what refraction really is. And that's the bit that people don't get. Refraction is not seen behind the curve of the Earth, bringing objects to the foreground so you can see it. It's actually demonstrated with the Skunk Bay footage. You'll see that because that Skunk Bay footage is really good because it shows you what really is going on. It's not what we're being told.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I was saying. I have a video. Actually, I busted up. You know that land surveyor, Jesse Kozlowski?
Yeah.
He tries to go out.
I've recently been hearing about him.
Yeah, he tries to go out with a theodolite and show that the Earth is convex. And it was kind of funny, though, because he has a Facebook group, and we have a mutual friend on Facebook who invited me into his group. And so Jesse and I have a little bit of a history because I uploaded a video kind of making fun of his bullshit hypothesis, because what he did, he went on a highway at a mile apart, north and south, in the wintertime in New Jersey, and he calls it a dual point reciprocal zenith angle test. So he'll go to one point in the south and point his theodolite 1 mile northward to a target. And then he'll get a reading. He'll get a zenith angle reading, which is roughly around 90 degrees. He's trying to tell you that if that reading is a little bit over 90 degrees, that's indicating that the Earth is bending downward. Not even considering the fact that light is actually bending upward. And so then he goes to the northern side and he turns the theodolite around and he points it south again. And what he finds out is that when you're facing the sun, you're going to get a greater deviation of the light. And so I said, well, this is what you got to do, Jesse. Take your theodolite and do a quad point zenith angle test. In other words, every cardinal direction, north, south, east, and west, at 90 degrees. And you show me how that light is actually going to be the same deviation in every direction. And he said, oh, yeah, I've done that before. And okay. And I said, well, then post the results. And he wouldn't post the results because he knows that it depends which direction you're pointing that theodolite with the variation of the bending of the light. It's going to change. It's going to deviate in each direction. And so that's indicating right there, you cannot rely upon line of sight theodolites to show the shape of the Earth, convex or concave or even flat, because the light is actually fluctuating. You have to realize that light is playing tricks on the eye. Light is actually bending upward. And I actually show it in my model where you have these zenith points that actually converge inside a concave curve. And the light actually bends up more, so that's how we get the greater than 90 degree angle. It's very simple. But people just, these professionals refuse to entertain anything that's out of their norm because one is, their job security, their job is on the line. They're going to be considered a kook if they go out and say, yeah, well, the Earth might be concave. And look at the Tamarack mine shaft. Why don't they reconduct that thing? It's been 100 years. It's been over 100 years. And it just blows my mind. I mean, you guys are arguing over two false paradigms. I'm just like, what's the problem here?
Well, that's the thing I've been trying to get to the point of is I like your proposal. I also like the Azimuthal proposal, but at the same time, I'm not. For a long time, I was very committed to, let's say, this Azimuthal idea because of what I was, learning about, right? And then, but really, it's like I don't know if we're even meant to ever know. Personally, but I understand that you're, and you make a good case. I'll see, man. I actually was interested with because what I was thinking of when you show that the boats are rising. I thought that was a fascinating idea in regards to
I'll share the screen. I'll show that animation I made where the boat actually.
And all of this all of this unloads on what this system is proposing, and that's what I appreciate.
On a different note, if I can just interrupt a sec.
A little. I don't know if you can see this. You see my screen?
Sure.
Yep. Or can people see the screen?
Yeah.
See here?
Okay, it's a 3D model, a little ferry boat going on the inside of a concave surface with a block of glass in front of the camera, and it's going off into the distance. And pretty soon you see you see it actually looking like it's going over an edge, but in all actuality, in physicality, it's not. Here's a close-up of it. It's just using refraction. It's going on the inside of a concave surface, even though it appears to be sinking. So you can't rely on line of sight. This is all that's happening here. We got this boat going up the inside of a concave surface. So to me, that whole argument is pretty much moot. Because you got refraction, you got light bending, and you can't conclusively determine with distance, line of sight, what's actually going on. So this is without any refraction. You see how the boat will eventually bend upward like that. But with that refraction in front of the camera there, it's gonna.
No, I love this illustration.
It's gonna play tricks on the eye. It's gonna look like it's going down over a horizon.
On this topic, I don't mean to interject so suddenly, but on this topic of line of sight, I haven't done any experiments myself, but I did come across an interview that I don't know if it was Mark Sargent or Rob Skiba or one of these other guys, that they had an interview with a military individual who operates out of helicopters or aircraft of some sort, and they use line of sight laser technology for directing their projectile weapons. And he was making claim that they were able to target onto objects that were over 100 miles away through line of sight.
Yeah, but
okay, so go ahead.
With these projectile objects, even with the what do you call that ray gun, you have it spinning. It's spin just like a gyroscope spins. It's going to actually cause it to rise up, and so it's gonna hug the inside concave surface of the Earth. You can think it's going to be going straight, but it's actually bending upward. It's kind of like a levitation technique where it's spinning like that. That's what's happening with the railgun.
Let me tell you about an experiment that my friend is doing. Have you come across a guy called Geo Streber, a German biologist?
I don't think so.
He's taken it is a theodolite up to the upper atmosphere through a weather balloon, and he's going to. I don't know quite exactly the mechanics of it, but what he's trying to do is measure the horizon from altitude to show that when the balloon goes up, you have to look down, i.e., ball Earth.
That does not necessarily conclude ball Earth because of the light bending. I actually have a video showing that. I will agree that the horizon will descend. However, it does not mean that does not mean that the Earth is convex. Because the light actually bends upward like that. I can actually pull up another video where I talk about that.
He asked me would I give him a hypothesis and be honest, and I said sure. I said it's going to bend down. I said regardless of whether it being flat or ball, it's going to bend down because when you're looking down into denser air, that is going to create it's going to bend towards the horizon because that's what denser air does. And he won't. He said no, it's going to show that it's bending down because it's going to be the curve of the Earth. And I'm like, no, it's the density of the atmosphere that you're looking into that's the problem.
Okay, what do you have to? I mean, what I try to tell people with my model, you have to entertain the possibility of the center of the Earth, which is up 4,000 miles up, is some sort of radio absorptive antenna. And so, if you're ever done any ham radio communication, you realize that. I'll pull up my screen again and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Screen share.
Oh my God, we thought we lost you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys. All right, good. My connection probably.
Okay, you have this dipole diagram, and this is a radiation pattern of an antenna being in the center. And so a ham radio operator who operates on a horizontal antenna, he will show you diagrams that the energy is always bending upward. It's never going straight across, and it's never going down. And so that right there is telling you that this energy is rising. And so that it's the same as light. Light is the same thing as energy. And so if we have this antenna in the center that's attracting all the light, all the energy, it's playing a trick on our eye. And so when we ascend up into the atmosphere, like this little diagram here, I've got all these little colored lines here indicating different altitudes. Like this orange line is at 80 miles high. The black center, that's the center of the Earth. And the top blue dot there, that would be the edge. You're on the inside edge of the Earth. And so that orange dot is at 80 miles high. But the light is going to descend first, and then it's going to rise back up toward the center. And so this little diagram here in the center here actually doubles as a sky chart and helps you understand the amount of curvature that you can expect to see at whatever altitude you're at. So like that orange line, you're going to see about that much of a curvature. It's a false curvature. It's not a true convex curvature of the Earth. It's actually a false curvature created because the light is always going to be converging toward the center. So that's why we're getting a lower horizon.
The other thing is the magnetic fields of the Earth influence the way the light reacts. If you're passing over a strong magnetic field, it will bend the light as well. And that's never something you can account for because you can't measure the magnetic fields with any accuracy at all. So in theory, yes, you are going to get a straight line of sight, but in reality, there's loads of things that influence what happens to the light.
You got to realize that there's a deception, nature or divine. You got to realize, at face value, you cannot determine the shape of the Earth without understanding there's some kind of ruse at play. And if you understand that light is bending upward, you get a better idea of the true shape of the Earth. We're inside a prison cell. We're inside a sphere, and it's a trick of the eye. But with this model, I can, I orbited the planets. I show how the sun works, how the moon works, how the lunar eclipses work, everything. It works perfectly. Just got to understand that light bends, and we're on the inside. And there's a glass firmament. It's a sphere at 100 kilometers high. That gives us.
Given what you're showing here, does that therefore follow that you would agree with me when I say the horizon is going to drop, but it's not for the reason he's going to conclude?
Yes, it will drop, but it's not for the reason he concludes. It's not.
Obviously, he's never going to accept it because I can't evidence the reason why. I mean, what you just showed there would be brilliant for him to consider. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to reference him this link when once it's when it's uploaded so we can see it. We've been going for what, an hour and a half in this chat.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Speaking of which, I might only have another half hour in me, if that even. But yeah. We did an 8-hour one before this, so.
Yeah, check out my stuff.
Yeah, I always. What's that, Sharon? Are you breaking up, or it might be me breaking up?
That truth doesn't sleep.
Yeah, truth never sleeps. She said.
Yeah.
Is the key.
Do you guys all make videos? Do I have to subscribe to like everybody in here?
Yep. You're done, bro.
I'm at videos.
Yeah.
So I'm the only one?
No, I make videos as well.
No, I'm the only one that doesn't. I mean.
Oh, sorry, yeah, maybe.
Possibly. Yeah.
I don't make videos yet, but I will.
Yep. Nice. Yeah, I was thinking about, but I still have ways to go.
It's fun. It's so cool. That's something we've talked about before even too. What's cool about these hangouts is really it's ultimately people that make videos coming together to further their concepts. And and that's why I think it's adamant or I find it prevalent to point out that we have a big bad wolf in the room. Let's not speculate and kill ourselves over these speculations, whether they be true or not.
It's the ethos is attack the message, not the messenger.
Yeah, everyone got mad earlier when I mentioned who is it? Sophia Smallstone about that one presentation she did, and everyone went, "Oh, why do you so you believe her and not NASA?" And I was like, "Wait, man, believe her? I don't believe anything." I said she presented really good information that's worth.
Yeah, but the key point with that comment was somebody said, "Why would you believe what she says?" And then Spes Chemo said, "Well, why would you not believe what she says?" And that's exactly the point. You don't attack the messenger because she's producing different evidence. You attack the message that she's betraying, not the messenger.
Yep. Agreed completely, man.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you soon.
Yeah, thanks for showing us.
Let's see, man. Thanks for stopping by, brother. I always appreciate your style, man. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, it's wild too because this is the thing that gets me is that I've been on Hangouts with pretty much everyone that's been here tonight and I've witnessed blowouts beyond reproach, right? And it's like, that's why I just don't get it. It's like every time I've ever talked to these guys, like individually, everyone is like cordial and eloquent. And eloquent, man. And then it's not until we get, well, you did this and you said that in the one video and you didn't take it out, and it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, but it's pride and it's penis waving, isn't it? No one likes it. Certain people can't stand their pride being attacked, and also if they get their penis waving stopped, they don't like it either. So when they've got an audience, they do behave very different. I've got two-faced friends on here as well. In private, they're totally normal with me, but put them in a hangout, they become my enemy.
Yeah.
Is showing up for a crowd.
There at least stuff from other calls or other chats back there. This is new call, a new chat.
Was Sherber breaking up badly then?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think something's going on with your mic, Sherber.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
It's not as clear as before.
Sounds like you're underwater.
Hello.
There you go. You might have a lot running on your computers. They're better. Yeah.
Okay. Now?
Much better.
Yeah. All right. I was just saying, like, leave the stuff from the other calls and the other hangouts and the other chats back where they were. This is a new call, a new hangout, a new chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how I'm happy. I'm kind of really shocked actually, and really happy by the turnout that I've seen and all the, I'm happy to really be, to know who I think are really heavy hitters out here that can come in here and really lay down good conversation about these subjects from all angles. But there is the history that everyone has. Like before, I've got dear friends that have problems with other friends, but I can't get into that conversation between them because I don't want to be jaded in any particular way by what happened between two people, but inevitably when you're out in this scene, it's like welcome to flat Earth. There's no escaping it. And I think I'm really happy that I think with these hangouts we could really have these conversations because there are these other people, and I'm not going to have it with everyone else's arguments. So I'm really happy. Thank you for everyone that's coming by, and thanks guys.
You're a trailblazer and a true.
Yeah. You start as the first kind of peace, or trying to be a peaceful flat Earth discussion channel.
Yeah.
You're still gonna have the ones who come in here and start screaming every once in a while, but
Well, even then, I don't mind
the thing that people.
Go on, brother.
The thing that people forget is that nobody really knows what the shape of this Earth actually is, yet there are people out there that kick off so violently. It's as if they do know it, and it's kind of like, well, you're being that forceful with your views, and you must know it. But the reality is nobody knows it unless you're in the upper epsilons of society, i.e. NASA.
I don't even think they know it. I don't even, no, I don't even think they know it. They could propose. They got maybe an idea. I don't even I don't give them that much credit, man. I think I look at it like this. Man was given dominion over the Earth, right? Not space, not water.
Yeah.
We have no fucking right to know. You were never told, you were never promised that you were going to know. It doesn't say that you were given dominion over the Earth and you'll figure out what the shape of the Earth is.
Yeah, they have a better idea than us. They have Antarctica access.
Yeah, well, they have that, but also, it's not good enough. It doesn't mean that they know.
Yeah.
And that's really where we've got to point out. And that the fact that every time that they say that they know, they're proving to a thinking man somewhere that they don't.
Yeah, that's how I take it. Like anyone who claims to, I know this is a fact. It's like how would you know that is a fact? Like you studied it and were convinced, and that's not what we're asking you.
Yeah, that's also like I think today we got a major victory across. Even like I really have never heard, or well, Jem might have been sleepy.
You're gonna say that he said
however, but we did there was an element of and I'm surprised too. Jazzaconda, dude, big up, man. That guy's a heavy hitter and will rip your head off. That's why I'm so happy to see the way that all my brothers are coming in here and treat. I really thank you, gentlemen, for coming in here and treating the place with respect, because I've seen very vicious arguments between some of the gentlemen who've been in here tonight, and I love it when we can conquer, make these steps, because if everyone is gonna push a guy like Jem Panda or Tim or Jazz Conda out, you're pushing out a part of your own self. It's like, in that story where they the guy who's waiting from a sign, he's sitting in the road and he's waiting for a sign from God to tell him, something. And somebody's coming up the road and they're like, hey, there's a big elephant coming down the road. You might want to move. He's like, no, I'm waiting for a sign from my Lord. And somebody else comes by. Hey, there's a big elephant coming. You might want to move. No, I'm waiting for a sign from my Lord. And then the big elephant comes through, wipes him down. He goes and sees God. And he's like, why didn't you warn me? He's like, I sent 2 people to warn you. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Why didn't you just listen, dude? Yeah. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm too tired. Fucking it's this idea that why can't we just that they're a part of our conversation.
Yeah, I think listening to them out and not reacting also is part of it. Like someone said, don't feed the trolls or whatever. But part of feeding some of the trolls is to just give them that confrontation that they want. So instead,
Well,
if you just hear them out and be like, oh, okay, interesting, but here's why I don't think, or whatever, just go back and forth with them.
Well, there's almost a difference though between some of the troll. Like you can get like some trolls out here. I mean, shoot, I've heard some cats around lately that are just uneducated, straight up fucking trolling. Like if you talk with Gem Panda or any of them dudes, you're not going to escape the facts of the matter. They know every fucking art.
You broke up there. They know every fucking argument.
Yeah, that's what we got.
But those guys, the difference between those guys, like a guy like, and this is why I respect Tim and Jem and a lot of these guys, Neg even, is it's not like they're arguing from a point.
What's going on with the quality of sound? Or is it me?
You know, connection is a connection.
Yeah, I think he just dropped out again.
It's just like, oh, me?
Yeah.
You've been cutting out. Okay, continue your thought.
Huh. So like, I probably got too much shit running.
Like it knows when to happen too, like right at the start of the sentence. Like,
I think it's because it's that time of the day when, I mean, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon here, so in England. So I think all the school kids are getting online and just hammering Call of Duty or whatever.
And the back part is too, I think it's breaking up with him out that he can hear us.
Check 1, 2. You can hear me?
Yeah, that's loud and clear, but Sherbert's coming through like a Dalek.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say.
You know, when Thingy was in before, Jeremy, he sounded like he had a hard drive clicking away in the background. Did I hear him right? I could hear what sounded like a hard drive continuously running every time he spoke. Or was it just me?
That might have been What World earlier. I'm thinking.
Right.
Yeah, if there was like a sound. I think I know what you're talking about. But I was kind of making the point that when we are like, it's like choose who we argue with. Like these guys that I've brought in tonight, like when you see them, and you will see them again, you know, you're going to see that there's 10 million people that hate them, and they won't talk to them, and they will troll them. You know, it becomes this shit show where those guys actually have the arguments that we're looking to debate against. It's not like somebody that's just going to come out and be like, well, how does the sun set? You know, it's not like you're not stuck in that basic conversation. These guys know what to make you question.
Yeah, I mean, he had not like I didn't think they were all satisfactory, but he did have an answer for everything.
Agreed. I don't find it satisfactory, and that's why I've made this point before. It's like the conversation they're having with some of these guys isn't so much almost between you and them. Like I know I'm not going to change Jem's mind, you know,
right.
But I know that somebody that's listening might have it to reconsider. And to see the avoidance of the information by the baller.
Yeah. We're halfway through. He just asked another question or something. It would kind of get a little distracting, I guess.
I got to say, on the last hangout, man, it was really nice. I got my boy, Spiritual North. Everyone's check him out, Spiritual North. He's, he was talking with Tim, and he addressed it really well. And that was exactly, I couldn't have thought of any other way to tell. Like, he really... You know, and he's got more like that. When you can debate with these people, it means.
Which one is Tim? Is his name Tim on here? Maybe I wasn't here for that.
Check 1, 2. You guys can hear me or not?
No, we can. Yeah.
Wow. Internet.
Yeah, he said someone in the chat asking for a link.
Okay, yeah, let me see.
Unless you're gonna
let me see. I'm sure. Although my computer's running so slow because I don't know why. Oh, okay, here it is. Hold on.
All I know about Tim is the IPS beef. Like I just hear that they used each other's name or whatever.
Yeah, well, what happened was,
brings it up.
yeah. Well, Tim, I mean, like for a while, Tim was going wild, sniping everyone's hangout. Or not sniping everyone, not even that. It's just anytime it gets to a point where you're not having a conversation that is
constructive.
Yeah, constructive, and it's like belittling and you're not letting people talk, he will come in and he will clear out your whole hangout and then talk and snipe your hangout and just sit there and take it over. And like, you know, and he's done, and like, and that's why I know that the only times I've ever really seen him do that, other than maybe little personal drama stuff, maybe with free chance stuff, is when the conversation goes sour and it gets to the point where the what they call the flat earth dogma, only what's going to be expounded, like nobody's willing to challenge their thoughts. And when you get to that, I support that notion of challenging that. That's how any of us got here. Is we challenged what was given, and then are we brave enough? You know, can we challenge flat Earth? You know, or are you just going to fit into that paradigm and fall victim to the whole trap again?
I think once you can accept that, like something you already accepted for, you know, in my case, 35 years. Once you can see that, okay, that's just bunk. It doesn't work anymore. Like I don't know why I thought it was good in the first place. But yeah, once you go there, I mean, you got to be able to just let go of these ideas that you're just married to for, you know, no real reason. And anything goes after that. Like, just give me proof of stuff, and that's what we're working with. I don't want beliefs. I don't want dogma. I don't want even like hearsay. I just want to see some stuff, to make sense of some things.
Yeah.
That's why that row bottom experiment on the Bedford levels is hard, because all the evidence appears to be hearsay and it's stories. It's not good evidence.
Yeah.
There's not real evidence of what actually happened. It's just everyone talking about it, and it's difficult to know what's right from wrong. And people falling out with it is ridiculous because we don't fucking know who really knows what happened.
Can you get them to like? What would you say the part of the government over there? Like, there's a parks or canals, and they're supposed to take care of that, right?
Yeah, we have the Canal and Riverway Authority that's supposed to do stuff like that. But if it's a disused canal, they're not going to do it. It needs to be used. But there's a big canal barge fraternity over here, though, because people can't afford to pay council tax, so people are moving into barges to get around that. And I don't know how they can have a canal in the UK that's not being used, because they should be using the canals as recreational things rather than commercial things. But it's because there's no money in it. There's no money in recreational or living on a canal. There's only money if there's commerce going up and down the canals, and they're all paying the levies and whatnot. Bloody hell, a period of silence. That's rare.
I thought my connection died.
No, I was just waiting for someone to respond. Okay, so while it's quiet, then I can ask some of the questions that I wanted to ask earlier on. Let's have a look. Now I have the mic. What can I say? What can I ask? Yeah, what is the main go-to proof that proves a ball Earth? I haven't found anything, but obviously I'm biased in favor of flat Earth, but why is there not that consensus between ball Earthers of the three pieces, or two, or even just one, that proves that we live on a spherical spinning ball? What is the biggest argument in favor of the ball Earth?
Paperwork, apparently.
Maths.
Have you ever heard that one?
Paperwork.
This is Bill Nye, the science guy, direct answer to a guy. He said a bunch of crazy answers, but the first one was paperwork. He said it would be prohibitively expensive for NASA in this case, to fake the moon landing based off the paperwork that it would require alone. So because of that, it's real. Because of that, the Earth is a ball. Also, like,
let's be honest.
This was ridiculous.
If you're getting $50 million a day, it's not that difficult to fake it because you kind of have that money to be able to fake it.
Yeah, ODD TV was the one who broke it down. He's like, okay, paperwork. He's like, expensive. You know, here's your budget, and then he broke it down. He's like, okay, if we took $1 billion out of this, $19 billion budget that you guys have, and put that towards paper. And he's like, here's how much paper cost. He went and got that, and then he did like how much printer ink cost. He's like, we could buy it with just $1 million. We could buy this much and this much. So he was one of the first to point that out. But yeah, he said all kinds of really bad stuff. Like, the question was posed to him by someone on his show, I guess, and he's like, hey, Bill, a lot of my Facebook friends keep saying the Earth is flat. So how do I tell them, how do I prove to them absolutely without a doubt that it's a ball? And he started off with that, with paperwork. And then he said, look at the clothes. He said, it was, I don't know. To me, it was like, it seemed intentional almost, as if they're trying to like break it to us in this weird way, And then he said, after that, he said, look at the clothes on your back. Where do you think those came from? He's like, that clothes came from countries all over the world. It probably came from China. How do you think it got here? He's like, it didn't get here by magic. It got here by science.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be proof of a ball.
One of the big claims, and I struggle with this one, is when they talk about the rotation of the Earth, and ball earthers always instantly cite the stars to prove the rotation of the Earth. And the problem with that argument is, the stars do show rotation, but they only show one axis of rotation, i.e. the one that we see, like the record player spinning on its spindle. But we're supposed to be orbiting the sun as well. So be the rotation of the Earth. But if it is the rotation of the Earth, where's the evidence in the stars that we are also going around the 360 degrees orbit of the sun? Because we're supposed to be doing that, like, it's basically 1 degree a day over 365 days of the year. So we should be really seeing Polaris transverse the night sky by around about 1 degree per night in whatever direction they tell us. Yet it sticks, and that's not supporting the heliocentric model at all. Yet they still cite it as the evidence of rotation of the Earth, but fail to miss the fact that it doesn't account for the orbit of the sun. That we should be seeing measurably every single day, but we don't see that second one.
Yeah, these explanations, I mean, they're not explanations at all. It's just they're almost like weird talking points for you to just get lost in some other conversation, because I mean, it either doesn't make sense or it doesn't work. So
I just don't get why people don't see that missing evidence. Let's say it is the rotation of the Earth, even though 3 scientific experiments say it's not. Even if it is the rotation of the Earth, where's the rotation of the orbit of the sun? Because we should see that.
Yeah, well, they always say like, oh, everything's spinning just perfectly so that everything everything remains as is. Like, you'll see the same stars forever, the same constellations. North Star will always be there. But this is because all the, so much spin that it's spinning just perfectly, and it's as if there's no spin. I can't accept that anymore.
The other thing I look at when I see the star rotations, let's go with Polaris for the example. You look at the rotation of the stars through the long exposure photography, and let's be honest, we can all find those images really easy. There's 2 ways to interpret them star trails. One is that they're on a flat plane. It's like a record on a record player. The other one is that you're looking down a tube, and you're looking down like a railway line, and you're looking down a tube. So the fact that you can interpret them both ways tells me that there's at least 2 possible ways to interpret the stars. And it doesn't mean that one's more probable than the other. It just means that the fact that there's 2 interpretations means that, well, one of them has to be wrong, the other one may be right. There's also a third explanation, which I'm not sure. I'll say it anyway. The stars in the southern hemisphere, Sigma Octantis, the rotation point that they've recently seemed to show that supports the rotation of the Earth, there's a third explanation for the stars in the southern skies, and that if we're going to go with the concept of the Earth potentially being a flat plane, and you have the North Star in the center of it, which is where all the stars appear to go round, they say, well, what's the rotation of the stars in the southern skies? And that, to me, the way I see that is that looks like it's the North Pole, the worlds that we're not meant to know exists. Yeah, they're saying it's ours, but who's to say it is? If we live on a flat plane and the center, the bullseye is the rotation point for us, then that must be the bullseye of a rotation point for somewhere else. Who says it? Who says it belongs to us?
Yeah, I mean, wow, that is.
I accept it's not probable, but it's another possibility, because if we do live on a flat plane, that hole down south, that rotation point down south, does need to be explained, because that would be a massive anomaly if we lived on a flat plane. So therefore, the only other explanation it could be is that the stars in the southern skies are somebody else's North Pole that we're not meant to know exists, because if we do live on a flat plane, that needs to be explained.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a bit of a dilemma.
South Pole is the North Pole of another world. Who said South Pole?
Yeah, the stars in the southern skies, the South Pole rotation around Sigma Octantis, that's cited as being proof that we live on a ball. I'm not convinced by the evidence that says we live on a ball, which forces me to reject that as a possibility by definition. But then I have to explain it, and I think, well, okay, how do I explain what I see? And to me, it does look like it's the North Star, but belonging to a world below us, because it can't belong to us if we live on a flat plane.
Hold on, it can't belong to us, or what was it? The oh, you mean that pulse, that what that would be centering? But actually, if you notice, I see it as almost like it's the yin and yang of the pole stars. And actually, you know, again, I've heard it said too, this idea of a celestial sphere. Well, imagine like you've got a celestial field above, you know, a sphere above you, and you're spinning the celestial sphere, you know, or like, you know, around, like from the south. It's almost, I don't even know, man. That's actually, now that I think about it, it's like, I mean, there's too many things. I looked into Sigma Octantis, and Sigma Octantis seems like it doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah, it does seem like, if you look at the rotation of the stars down south, there is a massive hole in the middle where they tell us Sigma Octantis is, and it clearly, you can't, it doesn't look like it doesn't appear on time-lapse photography. You have to zoom right into it, and even then they say that you can only just see it, and it's like, what?
Yeah, but they're like, well, it is the pole, so it doesn't matter. But I want to welcome Seth, too.
Que pasa?
How you doing, brother?
All right.
Nice, man. What's cracking with you? Anything like that?
Like what?
I don't know. What you got? I'll take money too, you know? What's cracking, brother? Yeah, my boy was like, yo, said you're cool, so I was like, I had to get you in there. But yeah, that's Southern Star. That's like Timmy's favorite line. The Southern Star. What about Southern Star rotations? I
think to be fair, it's the biggest threat against the flat Earth idea itself. That is the southern stars, because it does support heliocentricity. But if you accept we don't live on a ball, then there has to be an alternate explanation. And the only realistic one I can see is that, well, I don't have one really, but it has to be the North Star for another world that we're not meant to know exists. For me, that's my own interpretation. And then I would use the North Star to show either a tube in the sky or a flat plane. But a lot of people say that they could be the blades of a Chinook.
What is it?
A lot of people say that on the flat Earth, the two pole stars could simply be like the two, you know, the prop blades of a Chinook, where a Chinook's got two sets of rotor blades.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know the Chinook, but I know. The way I think of that is like if you were to look, let's say you put your hands out to each side of you, and now your hands are you're rotating them forward. You know, it's like one of those things where you look to the right and it looks like it's anti-clockwise, look to the left and it looks like it's clockwise.
That's the best explanation, yeah. I've seen that one before, and I agree with that. The only difference then is that you'll have stitching. You'll have to see the evidence that shows the merging between the 2 points. That, like places around the equator, like Singapore, Hong Kong, other places on the equator. How they see the stars, they seem to see the stars as straight lines, but they don't seem to be stitched together. They seem to be united rather than disunited. The stars is the biggest. For me, the biggest flat Earth killer would be the southern stars. And not that I'm saying I won't go one way or the other, but I want to know if we do live on a flat plane, that southern stars thing is a real cool issue for me, because it opens the doors to a shitload of fantasy stuff that you can only really think of in movies. But all the evidence in favor of flat Earth is compelling. But the southern stars one is the one that makes me think, shit, we need to have an explanation for that, because whatever the explanation is, it's cool. Has it never been discussed?
It's cool. No, I mean, we've discussed it quite a bit, like on topic, or what do you mean?
The southern skies, the southern stars trails.
Oh yeah, I mean, you mean, has anyone got any ideas you're proposing, or like, because I mean, we've discussed it.
We talk about it a lot. I mean,
yeah, definitely. Like Crow 777 is the best one for the southern pole stars. And
Joey Rocha also does one talking about something about magnets.
Well, yeah, because the effect it might have on the way, I think too. Imagine if you had. I mean, I've got the craziest theory of all. I think, I don't know if anyone's ever heard my idea the way I see it, but is this idea of this electromagnetic that is out, that is encompassing a dielectric plane, and that dielectric plane, and then you have I think of it like the stars are operating on that, whatever that magnetic sphere, whatever those those particular patterns or lines are. That's what makes me think, like, I've poetically pondered that there's like a tree in the center, but it's a tree that accepts all light, so you'll never see it, and that its leaves are the stars, and when there's meteor showers, that's the leaves dropping from the tree of life.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Sheba, your sound sounds a lot better.
That better? Awesome.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it inevitably brings you back to that. Are we even meant to know? But that's what pisses off the alternative, the ball Earth model people, is because they're like, well, we figured it out. It's like, whoa. Like, no, this is how it works. This is exactly what it is. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
On most computer games, you kind of level up. You start on level 1 and you end up being at level 2, and then level 3, and you work your way up through the game, complete it, and then you start again.
Yeah.
Is it possible that the guys that die early in life, for example, Tupac Shakur, Princess Diana, Amy Winehouse, etc., Michael Jackson, if these guys, a lot of people don't believe that a lot of these people are actually dead. I know that the artist may well be dead, but the actual person that lived the artist's life, isn't actually dead.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's right or wrong, some people do believe, and I'm not sure which way I go with it myself, but if there's like a door, Truman Show style, where these celebs, whatever, walk through it and then disappear into a different world, that's got to be considered a possibility if we do live on a flat plane, because it makes the idea of an infinite plane, or like all the worlds nearby us, a reality, or certainly a possibility.
Well, that's extraterrestrial.
It makes sense that if you are in the stratosphere like Michael Jackson, etc., and you've got shitloads of money and you can afford to level up, it makes sense that somebody goes, hey, you've earned enough money in your life now, there's your pass to another world, take it when you're ready. And then they just go, right, I'm ready, and off they go, and you never see them again, because they're living their life in a different world where no one knows them, but they've got enough money and resources behind them just to live the rest of their life without having to worry about us dickheads that they've just left behind. And I like the idea of that.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like, I mean, imagine like there's a place in the Antarctic where it's just like hot springs, and you're just like, well, fuck it, I'll just be in a hot spring all day.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, but I doubt it. I'm so skeptical of all of it.
I always find Hawaii is an interesting one as well, because apparently there's a lot of commercial activity in terms of airlines that stop there for refueling and stuff. But it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And it's the biggest waterway in the whole like planet Earth, whatever. And I think to myself, well, if they use that as a stop go between, how do they get all the fuel in the first place? But not just that. So it's like it doesn't support the idea that any planes would stop there, because it's like, yeah, I get the need to refuel, but it's not going to have the infrastructure necessary to support commercial, like significant commercial aviation. And if it does, it indicates there must be more infrastructure in the area to be able for them to be able to do that. So I always I look at the map, the world map, and I look at Hawaii, and I think there's just no way you've got enough land around you to be able to support what actually goes on there. But I think maybe there's other land in the middle of the Pacific that they don't tell us is there, simply because we're never going to go there, because it's in the middle of nowhere, because it's too far for us to get to. But there is the possibility that there is paradise there that other people do go to that we just don't even know exists.
I could see that's a likely scenario to me, you know. But then again, it's like they might as well just, you know, yeah, who knows? It is
in the like conspiracy side of things, I kept, you know, my brain kept taking me to like, why are all these people going to Antarctica? Like, why was the Pope in Antarctica? Why was the other, like the Russian Pope or whatever, he was down there? Why was...
To me, that's like NASA doing backflips in front of the president. They're taking the piss out of us. They're showing us that we can go there and saying, hey, look, this is where there's nothing there to see, so why would anybody go there? Yeah, everybody is going there. They make a big deal out of it. I mean, look at Prince Harry. He went up to the North Pole.
Right, yeah.
Why would you even bother? All right, it's because he's an adventurous kind of guy, fair play. But it's like, well, why would all these people be going to places that nobody else can go? Honestly, I feel like a sheep in a pen, and that pen would be England. That's how I feel.
Yeah, because yeah, it's true. Because they tell you like there's nothing, right? It's just scientific. Like, I don't understand why the Pope would have to. If you guys are just doing scientific research down there, what is the Pope interested in? What are two popes interested in? I don't know if the other guy's a Pope. I keep saying Pope, but he wears black, all black, and he's Russian.
Here instead.
Yeah. So
nothing to see.
Buzz Aldrin was there, and then he had some kind of episode or something. It's just bizarre reports of that place.
Yo, gentlemen, I may be past my bedtime.
Tapping out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so tired. Thank you guys, man. I might even try to, you know.
Hey, dude, you need to contact me offline and chat, hook up sometime.
Yeah. Deal. The Hangouts might be the best move, even just because I got you on the Hangout link, so I'll probably hit you through the Hangouts, and we'll decide what's up from there.
Sure. All right.
Yeah,
Speak to you soon, guys.
Brother, thanks for stopping by, man. I like, you know, your arguments were so strong, and then, you know, so thank you, bro. I appreciate it, man.
No worries.
Everyone, yeah, man. And yeah, every one of us, man. I really, it's like I am. It's like I never got to talk to you before tonight.
Yeah, it was great meeting you guys, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I love your fucking passion on this shit, and forgive me for being the way I was, like when Jem and them were here.
No,
but I've seen stuff, and I might even have been a little too like favoring of Jem and those guys. I will tend to favor them because of the fact that we're you know, they're in a baller room or in a flat Earth room.
Yeah,
and so it's like, and I've watched stuff just get so wild and crazy.
And, for sure, no, keep it open, man. Keep it open, like, you know, whatever, as much as you can tolerate it, dude. It's
yeah, and even like, and I didn't mean to choke, you know, or like, you know, stop you talking about any subjects like we were going into Sandy and when only in the presence of those guys, I'm kind of more like that because I don't want to belittle our, you know, standing with them, you know.
Yeah, like, oh, you're the Sandy deniers.
Dude, yeah, before you know it, man, you know, that's now all of a sudden you died on that shield.
Yep.
And it's like, you know, Yeah, we don't. There's other guys dying on those shields.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? There's already let those guys die on that shield, dog. Like we're doing. So, I think we did so well tonight. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thanks. I learned a lot from this interaction, and yeah, you definitely did an awesome thing keeping the door open, and I learned a lot from that. It's engaging, bridging the gap.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's weird because everyone is. It's something that I've been. I mean, literally, people were like, "How are you hanging out with him?" Like, I've heard that. So it's like,
no, it's good. It makes everyone better.
Yeah, that's
what they're trying to do,
exactly how I feel about it, man. And I think for so long, even like, I'm really happy to have started up doing the Hangouts a little bit because I have the control. It's not like it's like, I mean, and forgive me, Grim, because I was like, I'll fucking kick you out. It's like, but I feel like, forgive me for saying all that, Grim, but it's in my own space and we can have these talks, and it's not like I'm offending somebody else's panel by having these other people on. So yeah, man, please, man, when you see me on, man, ask for the link anytime, bro. Everyone that was on tonight.
Definitely, I'll be looking out for you guys.
Yeah, man. And Seth, man, I kind of caught us on the tail end of this. We did like an 8-hour hangout, and then it was cracking. So I started this one up. But yeah, man, we should come back again sometime. I hope, man.
Yeah. Maybe you'll actually, have something I can sink my teeth into.
Yeah. What's kind of more your subjects that you like to talk about, or if you don't mind me asking?
Philosophy, the great debate.
Got it. Cool, man. Yeah, we should get into it. I'm sure I could open up a can of worms right now. But I know that I will never. I got a guy coming. I'm getting a boiler put into this one spot, so I got to fucking handle that as well. And I'm so tired. I'm hoping I can get an hour's worth of sleep before I do that.
Invite me to the next one.
Hey, I will. And hey, forgive me too, because I'm getting new to these hangout shit. So it's like I will. I'll add you to the call or something like that. And because like even like I'm having I'm not used to this at all. So I'm like monitoring the chat, and then and then never mind, like I've got different friends of mine that are having arguments and banning and timing people out when I'm not looking, and I don't really like that kind of stuff. But we'll figure all those kinks out. And Share Bear, you're amazing. Thank you for all the info on like the. I didn't realize actually you're on. Yeah, we got to talk.
We'll talk.
Share Bear is cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for the platform, and it was really nice meeting all you guys, and hope to talk to you again.
Yeah. Yeah, and Spurs,
Same.
man, if you're still over there. I don't know if he's nice. Probably over there. You've been exposed, yelling at the TV.
Oh shit.
Yeah, shout out to You've Been Exposed too. He's on. Shout out to Political Hillbilly. I still love you, dude. And everybody else out there watching us now, thank you for tuning in. I might hold something down later tonight if I got it in me, but I kind of get addicted to this subject, and I'm liking this conversation we've been having. So maybe we'll do a new book tomorrow, and we'll discuss something else.
Cool, man.
Yeah, man. All right, I'm gonna take this one offline. If you guys want to hold on for a second, more than welcome to. And thank you, everybody, and we'll see you later. Peace. God bless. Check out the Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown. I highly recommend it. And we will do this again. Forward, God willing. Peace.